Good afternoon all. Arlene Lewis, good afternoon to you. Apollinus, Kathleen, 67289, good afternoon. Hi, Rookman, Jerome Marshall, Margaret Mutter, good afternoon. Daniel Williams, Alison Rogers, hi, Alison. Jerome, behave yourself. Philip Greed, hi, Carol. Horace Sharpness. Slimy Show, greetings to you, Dandy Sandiford, Sarah Richards, Tian Charles Hydian, Jennifer Nathan, Mr. Music Man, Omana, Zuti, Alicia Isaac, good afternoon. Jamuna, good afternoon to you, Bongsa. Christopher Coffee, Leon Joseph, Cricket Guru, Cricket Guru, okay. Pamela Moses, hi Pamela. I think Pamela is joining us from Florida, I think. June Austin, Patricia Batiste, good afternoon to all of you. Patricia joining us from Virginia. Nadia Dixon, Patty Kutumaba, Frank Wilbos. All right, so let me jump into it because there's so much to cover. I don't want to stay too late today. Yeah. So let me say good afternoon to some of the folks that I met yesterday, or last evening at Dining with the Saints, St. Mary's College, Past Students Union, Dining with the Saints fundraising event, which went off well. I think this year we were sold out, and we had plenty food to give away like that. So if you missed, well, next year you could probably try your hand at it. You see here, Kate Borrell, Lady Hutroy Home, Gasparillo, greetings. So many things to talk about. So many things. As my partners say, so many things, but not enough time. So where to start, boy? Where to start? I'm gonna start with this. Let's start with this one. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. What is this joke running my country? One set never see come see. Every day they pose and I'm holding court. One set a rookie I never taught. One particular fella, well he convinced that he is Cinderella and also Prince. Every day the spotlight playing himself and wouldn't put his vanity on the shelf. Cause the campaigning just never stop. Like the kid super rock, he can't shut up. One man, he get an upgrade from holding bag and laptop as Kamla made. So now that they firmly back at the helm, she boy this Toki and give them a sharp we with license to swear. Oh, is that dangerous? The and to us all man talking. Is that dangerous? Just a little bit. Once they get a taste, they just flaunt it. Walking around once you kiss the ring. A little boy, is that dangerous? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Of course, I think Friday's session in the Parliament lends credence to the words that you all just listened to from Devon Seals, his 2026 offering. Right? And we've seen clips of what took place in the Parliament on Friday night. But who better to hear it from than someone who was actually there? Right? So at least I can give an empirical perspective of what happened. Okay? Contrary to how the UNC want to couch it. So let me get this here, right? I'm seeing someone saying the Germans 1-0. Very good if you're a German fan. Good team. So let me get this here.
In New York.
So on Friday, we had the Standing Finance Committee of the mid-year review, right, which we've been waiting on for the longest while. And TAXCU finally decided to bring it. And so the process was last week Wednesday, we had the
the debate on the finance bill. Friday we had the standing finance committee, and then tomorrow we will have the debate on the allocations for the media review, where each of the ministers who would have received allocations will probably speak further on the allocations that they received. And you would have heard them, if you looked at the parliament on Friday, you would have heard them ministers say their response to several questions from members of the opposition was, I will say more on Monday. You will hear more about that on Monday in my contribution on Monday. So it seems they plan to do a lot of talking tomorrow. I think we start at 10:30 a.m. and it seems it may very well run well into the night. That's why we're starting early, because they anticipate it's going to go late. I figure that they will allow not just the ministers who are receiving allocations, but other members as well. Right? So we need to ensure that we have sufficient speakers to contribute, because if they plan to put more than 13 speakers, you see where it is going. That when our 13 run out, we will have to sit down there and listen to them babble. And what is unfortunate and has become the practice, and let me say good afternoon to my parliamentary colleagues on the government bench, because I know they look on, they listen and they watch, right? So to those who are watching and those who will look after, let me say good afternoon to them. So for the last year, you would notice that whenever a debate comes up of this nature, what a debate is supposed to be, the Minister of Finance would I think lead off the debate, and then you'd have a response from someone on our side, someone on their side would speak. What they've made it a habit of doing is that they would field the lightweights first, right? The parliamentary secretaries, the ministers in the ministry of and whatever, for them to speak first to weigh out our speakers, so that when their cabinet ministers come to speak now and they start to talk a pack of rubbish, that if we don't have any speakers left, then we cannot respond to, we'd have nobody to respond to what they say. So when they come and make all manner of misrepresentations and so on, if our speakers are used up, then we just have to sit there and listen, and we cannot respond and debunk what they say for the benefit of the listening and viewing public. And we suspect that that is what they're going to do tomorrow. Of course, the only strategy that is available to us in that regard is for, given our numbers, that they have twice our numbers, would be for us to allow them to field multiple speakers, maybe 2 or 3 speakers, one after the other, for each one of our speakers. The inherent danger in doing that, and I'm saying it now, right? So you all could understand what their strategy is, so that if it happens tomorrow, let it not be that they say that we collapsed the debate and that the opposition collapsed and we had nothing to add or whatever, right? If we choose, and we've seen it happen before, if we choose to go that route, say Tanku opens the debate and then Colm responds to him, and then after Colm, let's say, I don't know, Saddam Hussein decides to speak, we may say, well, all right, well, we will let Saddam speak, and then after Saddam, we wouldn't put in a speaker, we will let, I don't know, Julian John speak, or Munilal speak, and then we will field a speaker. The danger in us doing that is Tanku can get up. If we don't field a speaker, he could just get up and wind up the debate, and that's the end of that, right? And then they will say we collapsed the debate and we had nothing to add and try to blame it on us. We've seen that playbook before, so we have to strategize on how we're going to treat with this, right? Because we saw it for the budget in October last year. You all may recall, aside from Tanku, who read the budget speech, Saddam Hussein and the Minister of Education, no other cabinet minister spoke in the budget debate last year. They gave us all the lightweights who had nothing of substance to offer, right? They sent in a set of rookies to talk a set of nonsense, people like Clyde Elder, right? To talk a set of rubbish about when he was in the trade union, when he was at TSTT, and he lost his work, and where was the hotline for him, and all kind of bacchanal, right? And when we try to execute our strategy, eventually Tanku wound up the debate, and they tried to make it look as if if it was our fault. So, let me see if I get this here. Give me 1 second. So as I said, tomorrow we have the debate on the allocations that we would have interrogated on Friday, and I'm going to touch on some of those those allocations today once I have the time. But let's go with what transpired on Friday. Right, so I'll start here.
In straight to the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services, Project 075, Upgrade Works at Overseas Missions, and a request for a supplementation of $13.7 million. Am I correct to say that this is to cover cost of proposed repairs to the residence of the permanent representative of the permanent mission to the United Nations in New York? It is?
Yes, member.
Who is the current permanent representative for Trinidad and Tobago to the United Nations in New York?
Ambassador Neil Parson, member.
Are you aware that this same individual spent taxpayers' money in Washington, D.C. when he was there at a sum of over, if I remember correctly, $20 million putting down palatial residence? Is it the intention to do the same here? I am asking my question.
I don't think that arises for...
But it must arise.
It does not arise.
No, yes, but it arises for the minister's answered the question. Whether the minister is aware of whatever happened before, hold on, in a period that did not fall within his tenure about a palatial residence and upgrade, doesn't fall to be answered at this committee. I suppose you can do it in another way.
I can, Mr. Chair.
It doesn't fall.
I can, Mr. Chair. I did not even reach the question.
Yes.
I am allowed 5 minutes to get to my question. So in providing context of the individual involved and his past history, I am now going to what appears to be another such opportunity. This $13.7 million, is it for the residence of the permanent representative? First question.
Yes, member.
Who is doing the procurement for it?
Member, this was done pursuant to a joint site visit conducted by the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure and the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs in 2024.
Right.
Several deficiencies were identified at the residence that rendered the building uninhabitable for use, resulting in the incurrence of the use of rental accommodation and associated costs. The proposed upgrade works are therefore necessary to restore the property's safety, functionality, and efficiency, included but not limited to roof and ceiling replacement, structural repairs to prevent further water damage, surface crack repairs and repainting, electrical repairs and new fittings. Completion of these works will allow the property to be returned to its intended use and significantly reduce the continued need for rental accommodations. This was done based upon a request from the former ambassador under the People's National Movement.
Minister, are you aware, because this is just the only supplementation is for New York, every single embassy we have around the world has similar requests. So for example, Venezuela, I haven't finished my question. So for example, Venezuela, for the whole period, we're requesting the same thing. My question is, why the prioritization of a residence for Parsons?
Remember, that question does not arise. What I would say to you, you are correct. The majority of a lot of these missions and embassies and housing accommodation was left to rot under the last administration for 10 years.
And the first one you decide to do is a person who was undergone
the first one I decided to do was based upon documentation that was forwarded to the ministry.
Over 20 million.
It was left for 10 years
out of office
by you and your foolish administration.
Was not left out of
right. If you had any
the member of opposition
members
was there quite comfortable.
Members, stop this exchange. The question has been asked and answered. Unless there is another.
Mr. Chairman,
What is
We are switching off.
may I draw to your attention, and this is not the first time this has happened. The technicians who are operating the audio system of the Parliament cannot determine who they want to listen to. And therefore, I am seeking your direct intervention because this is not the first time. So the bias. No, I am not guys for that at all. My mic was being turned off to it. The biased approach by the staff.
Okay.
And the technicians to mute while we speak, and sometimes the audio while it is being played on the Parliament channel will not be tolerated. And therefore, we ask, from now I'm signaling that there will be a meeting of the Broadcasting Committee to treat with these matters.
Okay, it's not.
So we'll continue just now, right? So for the benefit of the UNC trolls who are already on the live, you know, they love to listen. I like to come here and say all kind of thing, but every Sunday they hear we say welcome to them too. And I am seeing here, or Zuku, whatever it is saying, in all fairness, you can hear Sobers was cut off though, and Young was left to speak. So let me explain it to you how this works. Standing Finance Committee belongs to the opposition. We ask the questions, they answer, and they give us the answers. We decide, right, in what order the ministries are interrogated, the ministers and so on. And if you would have listened on Friday, you would have heard there was an exchange earlier on with respect to the order in which we were going to be questioning the various ministries, and it was mentioned that the leader of the opposition is the one who would inform the staff of the Parliament how the order in which we were going, and there was some exchange, right? When we ask a question, we are allowed 5 minutes to ask our question. The minister will then speak. Now, the minister would normally have, whichever minister it is, they would have the technocrats from their ministry sitting next to the minister. So if the minister doesn't have the answers to the questions, he could just see them lean over, talk to the technocrat, the PS or whoever it is, and they would give them the answer, and then they would respond. Because we don't question the technocrats directly. We speak to them through the minister. So when we ask a question, right, because it is Standing Finance Committee belongs to the opposition, we are given precedence when it comes to questions. So to answer Zuku's question, there was his comment, all right? Stuart asked a question, Sobers answered. Stuart asked another question, Sobers answered, right? Pointed, yes, no, yes, no. He answered yes, as the case may be, right? Stuart asked another question. It wasn't for, so he's looking for a yes-no answer. It's not for Sobers to give a whole exegesis and a whole thesis, and as he attempted to do. Again, as I say, the Standing Finance Committee belongs to us. So once the member of the opposition is asking the question, we are supposed to be given priority. All right? Sobers answered Stuart's question in the first couple seconds. You see, the party started to talk about for the last 10 years and all of that. That was unnecessary. Stuart did not need to hear that, and he intervened. I'm asking another question. Therefore, priority was supposed to be given to Stuart, not to Sobers, because he answered, he gave an answer. When he decided to extend it to the Bacchanal and the Couture, as they love to do, and talk about the last 10 years and all of that, Stuart decided, okay, I don't need to hear that. Right? That's not what I asked you. Permit me to ask another question. So, Sobers' mic, you can't have two people speaking at the same time, right? So it's either Sobers talking, Stuart talking. Can't be both of them. And because Standing Finance Committee belongs to the opposition, if Stuart is asking another question, his mic is supposed to be on, and Sobers is supposed to listen to answer. Not to carry on and gallery yourself as he has been doing, because if you looked on Wednesday, during the debate on the finance bill, when he was speaking in his contribution, he started off his contribution for perhaps the first 5 or so minutes attacking Stuart. About, oh, you don't know, and you figure you know, and you went to Venezuela and take selfie, and you think you know who we talking to, and all who we talking to in Venezuela, and you don't know, and you don't, and all of that, which was totally unnecessary. So he just went off on Stuart from the go on Wednesday. right? But Stuart had already spoken. Can't say nothing, so he just had to sit down there and listen and allow him to do what he wants. Standing Finance Committee, totally different. Okay? So just to clear up that whole situation there, if Stuart is asking a question, he has to be given the priority to ask his question, right? So if you are saying you hear Soba's mic cut off, it's because when Stuart, he answered, Stuart intervened, okay, I have 5 minutes to ask my questions, I have another question. All you saying, I don't need to hear that. Now, you all would have heard the question that Stuart asked with respect to this mission or the embassy in New York. The residence of the permanent representative, who, as you heard the name mentioned, is a gentleman by the name of Neil Passan. Now, Neil Passan seems to be a favorite of this UNC, right? I don't know who he is related to. I've heard some allegations that he whoever, but I don't know for certain. Now, in their last incarnation between 2010 to 2015, many of you might remember that Passan was this country's ambassador to the United States, and he was based in Washington. Embassy Row, I think is what they call it. And he spent quite a bit of money, taxpayers' money, renovating and refurbishing the official residence. So much so that with the type of opulence with which he renovated that facility, it ended up in some big-time architecture magazine in the United States. I will remind you all. Let me get this here. So, this is a Guardian article dated the 13th of July, 2012. Government's draft estimates for 2012 showed that the cost of the building, which now houses the Trinidad and Tobago Embassy in Washington, D.C., was US $11 million. The draft estimates also show that approximately US $700,000 was allocated for refurbishing the embassy. TNT ambassador to Washington, Neil Passan, was again unavailable to comment yesterday on the extensive renovations recently carried out at the embassy. And the embassy is featured in the July-August issue of US architectural magazine Home and Design, showcasing some seemingly expensive updates to the property. Deputy Chief of Mission Donna Henry said all questions about renovation should be referred to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When asked if questions from the media were always referred to the ministry, Henry said, in this particular instance, your inquiry should be directed to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The ambassador's assistant said emails sent by the Guardian to the ambassador's attention were never received. The embassy on Embassy Row at number 1708 Massachusetts Avenue, Washington, D.C., underwent extensive renovations starting shortly after Passan took office in February of 2011. Shortly after he took office. So he wasted no time. Apparently he accustomed to, grand accommodations. And when he got in there, he said, hey, this is not up to my standard. So let me deal with that shortly after. And we see a repeat now. I think he is the only ambassador that has been appointed. You all have heard me say that before. The only ambassadorial appointment that has been made by this administration in over a year has been Neil Passan. Right? And just like he did the last time, between 2010 to 2015, when he was appointed, as you just heard me read, shortly after he came into office, started renovations. He has done the same thing again, right? Because the mission, the residence in New York now, is not up to his scratch. So he wants to get that fixed immediately. Right? The political leader of the PNM, Penny Beckles, opposition leader, she would be familiar with the embassy, with the residence, because she lived there for 5 years. She was the Trinidad and Tobago's permanent representative to the UN in the first 5 years of the Rowley administration, 2015 to 2020, before she came back. So she's familiar with the residence, right? But now we are seeing a budget or an allocation of about $2 million to conduct these renovations. And Stuart asked a very necessary question. What is the procurement process for this? And Soba's trying to skirt it and dance around it. What is the procurement process? Who is the contractor? What is the process by which you all would have selected that contractor? Given your track record for the last 11 or last 13 months, when it comes to procurement, and this passion that this government seems to have for sole select, right? We want to know. Because again, if you recall, those of you who used to follow me on 91.9, would recall one of the things that I used to do while I was there was to interrogate the Auditor General's report. And I believe, I can't remember if it was the Auditor General's report of 2013 or 2014, which contained information, right, and concerns raised by the then Auditor General, I think it was Ms. Pujadas or something at the time, that there was also a renovation undertaken at the embassy or the High Commission in Geneva, in Switzerland, right, UN as well. And the ambassador or the High Commissioner there at the time, ambassador, was former Minister of National Security under the People's Partnership, John Sandy. And while he was there, if you read the Auditor General's report, you would see it talks about, again, the expensive renovations where they put smart toilet, they renovated the kitchen, it's double fridge, double stove, everything is double this and double that. And it went on to detail all of the expensive outfittings, right, and fittings that were used in that renovation. And concerns were raised again about the procurement process. In that same report, it also spoke about renovations that were done to the embassy, to the High Commission residence in South Africa, right, where there was a budget set aside of 27 million TT dollars. And the Auditor General raised concerns about, again, the procurement process that was used for that, where rather than go through central tenders and whatever, the cabinet simply asked for 3 quotes. Let's get 3 quotes from 3 contractors and choose one, right? And we will spend $27 million that was allocated to renovate the residence of the High Commissioner in South Africa. So as I said, the Auditor General had concerns about the procurement process. How did you all come about these 3 contractors? Was there open tender? Did you put out for an RFP? All of these concerns were raised, right? Let's remember that. And so we are seeing history appears to be repeating itself. Wherever Mr. Parson is stationed, it seems that the accommodations is never appropriate or satisfactory for him, and it must be upgraded according to, well, his taste, I suppose. Okay? Because he went in there, you see, whatever. So to hear Sobers talk about, well, you know, this happened and this started under the People's National Movement. Yes, because they recognize, yes, there was a need for it to be done, but it's about priorities. Because you see, back then, the government had to manage finances. And what was the hypocrisy in this, again, with the fully dunce, aka UNC supporters? We are talking about $2 million US, and that's just the starter, because you heard Stuart mention there just now that from his recollection, the final cost in renovating the embassy in Washington or the residence in Washington was some 20 million TT dollars. So who knows that right now it starts at about 2 million US, but when they start the project, next thing you will hear it balloon to 3 million, or because you say, well, you know, I saw this. I went through this magazine and I saw that. I think we should put this and we should do that. This might look better doing so. Perhaps we should, since we're doing it one time, do this and do that. And since the contractor already on site and think, well, what are you going to do? You're going to go out for an RFP now. Think so, you just have a cost overrun. Yeah, well, when we were doing the renovations, we realized, and this is what they will say, well, the flooring probably needed work and that wasn't picked up or detected before. And the plumbing needed work as well, so that we needed to do that as well. And all these would be excuses that they use to put in very perhaps opulent fittings. You know? You want to have a brand new bathtub and gold trim and all of these different things. When he invites friends and family and so on over to the residence, you must see, come and see. And we only in the first year. And Stuart asked the question again, why is priority being given to this man? Why is he the only ambassador to have been appointed so far? What about all the other missions around the world where we just have heads of missions or charge d'affaires? You all don't see the importance of putting a high commissioner or an ambassador there? No? After you came into office and they tell everybody, resign, get out, or let's pay them. But you have nobody to put? Or what, you're waiting for these positions to be purchased? Yeah, waiting for somebody to say, hey, well, yeah, what now? I'll pay for this, or I'll sponsor that. And buy, because we've heard allegations of nominations or candidacy for the election being purchased. We've heard that certain MPs, UNC MPs, are only there because family members invested in the UNC's election campaign. So when a man say, well, all right, well, I will fund this campaign for this constituency. I'll give you all a 5 million, right? And you put my family member, my daughter, my son, cousin, nephew, whoever. That's what we understand, that is how their campaign may have been funded. Okay? So they try to skirt around it. So Mr. Padarath decided to kick a fuss. So you heard him there, raised concerns, raised issues about the microphones being muted and so on, and accused the parliament staff of doing that. The one good thing that came out of this is that for 10 years, the UNC faithful, the Foley Duns, kept accusing Bridget Anizet-George, the then speaker, of muting the mics of members of the then opposition, right? What this has shown, absolutely, is that Bridget Anizet-George, the speaker, whoever sits in the speaker's chair, has no such control. And as somebody who sits in the chamber on a regular basis and who has seen the speaker's desk, right? Because you all can't see the desk. You see the chair and the speaker. There is nothing on the desk that would allow the speaker to be able to mute anybody's mic, right? The technician who sit up in the public gallery. So if you all ever see when we have, for instance, visitors, and the speaker would tell us, well, we have visitors from this school or wherever in the public gallery, can we join in welcoming them and so on? And the camera would span to the public gallery. You will see just to the front, there is usually someone sitting there behind 2 or 3 computer screens, right? That's the technician who is in control of the microphones, right? And he has the power to mute the speaker's microphone as well. So when for 10 years, the Foley Duns was accusing Bridget of doing that, we now know, or you all now know for a fact, that did not happen, that they lied on Bridget because she had no such power, no ability to do that. Okay? But you think they'll apologize? No, they don't care. They care about that. Is that dirty people names, stink up your name all over the place and accuse you of all manner of wrongdoing. Oh, Bridget was so, she was so biased. The speaker, he's good. He's the best. Do so, don't like so. All the things they accuse Bridget of. But you all would have seen, those of you who were regular viewers of the Parliament channel, when Bridget Anizet-George was the speaker, would know there were many times when she roughed up the PNM. There were times when I see she rough up the Prime Minister too. I say, what, boy? She ain't easy. Rough up the PM. You all recall when Stuart made the Zami comment and when Bridget came to deliver her speech or her statement on respect to that matter, I came here and told you all I found that she was overly harsh. Some of the words that she used to describe Stuart as reprehensible and despicable and all this kind of thing. I said, but that wasn't necessary. Why you had to take it there? You could have reprimanded the man, but you didn't have to use words like that, despicable and reprehensible and all this kind of thing. But the Foley Duns didn't hear that. No, they didn't hear that and they didn't see that. But Bridget was so biased. How many times I saw Bridget buff up people on the government side then whose phone went off and she said, take a walk. Take a walk. Yeah, all of that. No, they never saw that. All they saw is when the opposition was getting rough up. But anyway, I was making the point. With respect to the $2 million US that is now being allocated to fund this renovation, right? The Foley Duns will find ways to defend that. Oh, the PNM, look how long, you're in here since 2024. The residents needed to be upgraded and they didn't do it and they leave it to fall into ruin and all of that. You're in here was oversay, so they had to come and spend the money now to fix it if the PNM had fixed it. That is their defense of that. But if it is the PNM had decided to do it in 2024, or 2025 before they demitted office and came and said, we're spending $2 million. The same Foley Duns would have come and you would have heard them complain. You can't get 200 US in the bank, but them could find $2 million US to go and upgrade the mansion or upgrade the residence so the ambassador could like the self. That's what they would have been saying. We would have heard the country has no money, but they have money for that. That $2 million, they could have used it to pay public servants their back pay, or they could have used that to give public servants a pay raise. They could have used that money to buy laptops. They could have used it to buy medication for the hospital or buy beds for the hospital. But today, it's more difficult now to get 200 US in the bank than it was then, but no complaint from them. No complaint. They're asking where we getting the $2 million US from. They don't care. Just it needs to be done. Yes, it is important. Well, they want the man to live. In here, the roof need to change and this need to change. You're not questioning the amount. You could have heard it was 10 million US and they would defend that. 20 million US, they would defend that. And everything with the PNM and the PNM and the PNM. But they would have never tolerated that under the PNM. All of the so-called men and women of letters, all of the intellectuals who love to write to the newspapers and always have a comment and always in place to answer, to give a comment to the media. Where are they now to comment on this? No issue. That's quite all right. I keep saying UNC supporters are the most dangerous in this country because for the last 13 months, they have developed a level of tolerance for things that they would have never tolerated under the PNM. They didn't want to hear no explanation. They want to hear no excuse. It is unacceptable. But under this government, oh yes, we understand. We understand. Everything they understand. Everything they could defend. Develop the patience of Job. The road's still bad. 13 months later, but oh yes, we understand. That's okay, Madam Prime Minister. We understand. We don't have any problems now with the potholes that 10 feet deeper now than when the PNM demitted office. That's okay. We don't mind going down in these potholes and requiring a record to pull us out. We understand. They don't have money. The PNM left the country broken. They didn't need no money in the treasury. We understand. Yes. PNM left the treasury empty. No money. All they left was lint. But this government could find $2 million US to go and renovate the residence for the ambassador. Right? And they could defend that. Me and them, anyway. Hypocrites is what it is. We're going again. Let's know.
9:13 at night. There's a solution to this. We will convene the meeting of the broadcast committee. There's a way.
Zuku, you see when you want to come here and spread your misinformation, apparently you listen to something different to what we are listening to. All right. You are saying that the assessment figure for repairs was completed by the Ministry of Works and Foreign Affairs in 2024. That is not true. What they would have done is a joint visit to determine what were the repairs. He did not say that cost was determined by the PNM. In case you forgot, Stuart Young was a member of the cabinet at that time, and any such figure would have had to come to cabinet. So if Stuart Young knew as a member of cabinet that the Rowley administration or the Rowley cabinet approved that type of money, he wouldn't come in the parliament to ask that question for Sobers to whine on him. Because so he would know, why would I come here and ask Sobers, well, why are you all spending that money and why are you giving priority to Pasan? When he knows Sobers could simply come and say, well, don't ask me that. The cabinet of which you were a member approved that figure. Right? As you heard Sobers say, the PNM did nothing for 10 years. So he said, they allowed all of the missions and all of the residences around the world to fall to ruin, and they did nothing. This figure was arrived at because, okay, priority was given to this guy. So they say, well, okay, we need to get this done. All right, find the money. Let's find out what is the cost. That is why Stuart asked what was the procurement process. That's why he asked that. Think now, man. Think. Good grief.
To get the empirical evidence and data, let's not allow ourselves to be sidetracked into this and prolong this issue, which can be dealt with in another way. Right? You can't. What? What is this? Mr. Speaker. What is wrong with all that? I am going
Mr. Chairman, we will not continue to talk.
You can't do that. I am going to stop this now. Everyone be quiet. There's a free and democratic society. What is wrong with this government? What's wrong with this government? Out of place. Everyone. And you have not come to the defense of your own staff. You have not come to the defense of your own staff in the parliament. Call the police to him. I did not see any other
You know, he's spoken to whatever was
Go and make a report to the police.
he went to the technician in Mike, and I don't know what he said. And even if this is not
Okay. It's 9:33. Let us all calm down, exercise a measure of verbal and let's exercise some restraint. This unbridled shouting is not helpful. There is a way we can do this. If it is, there's an allegation or whatever it is, we can collect the empirical data, subject it to analysis. But for the sake of moving on, let us move on. We have 10 heads yet to go. Okay? There is another way to deal with that. There is another way to deal with that, and you know it, you're an experienced parliamentarian. We are sitting in committee here. Okay? So you know the other way to deal with that. Everyone knows their way to deal with that. Procedurally.
Mr. Chair, as the chairman, you can also address the matter to the no staff is to be approached by anyone or something.
Right. And further, I would ask all members, please exercise a great degree of restraint with the Parliament staff. Parliament staff, they go beyond the call of duty by and large. All right? So let's... I would trust that sometimes when my rulings don't find favor with you, you would pound the desk as vociferously as you're pounding it now.
You all heard what the speaker just said there, right? He is addressing us, the opposition. We, by thumping the desk, we are endorsing what he just did in his effort to pacify things, right? You instructed, he said, let's deal with this in a certain way, based on the advice of the clerk who's sitting next to him. And those of you who seen the video saw the interactions where at one point in time he performed the girl. And she's telling him, Mr. Chair, as the chairman, you should issue a statement that the Parliament staff and that members or whoever it is that Parliament staff are off limits or whatever as the case may be. And then he calmly says, well, you know, you heard what he said there about the Parliament staff and we should not treat Parliament staff or whatever as the case may be. Now, as the speaker, that's his staff. And you would have heard Kareem say, you have not come to the defense of your own staff. You have not come to the defense of your own staff. Right? So he said what he just said there. And when we agreed with you by pounding the desk, you come to tell us, well, you hope that when you deliver, let me play it back for you. Let me get it there.
Or whatever it is, we can collect the empirical data, subject it to analysis. But for the sake of moving on, let us move on. We have 10 heads yet to go. Okay? There is another way to deal with that. There is another way to deal with that, and you know it, you're an experienced parliamentarian. We are sitting in committee here. Okay? So you know the other way to deal with that. Everyone knows their way to deal with that. Procedurally.
Mr. Chair, as the chairman, you can also address the matter to the no staff is to be approached by anyone or something.
Right. And further, I would ask all members, please exercise a great degree of restraint with the Parliament staff. Parliament staff, they go beyond the call of duty by and large. All right? So let's... I would trust that sometimes when my rulings don't find favor with you, you would pound the desk as vociferously as you're pounding it now.
So he finally should not pound the desk because you have come to the defense of your staff, albeit in a very restrained manner. Right? That's all we were asking for. Protect the fella. right? The young boy who was up in the technician who was up in the public gallery doing his job. That's all we ask. So that when you, on the advice of the clerk, advise all parliamentarians, not just the government, you were speaking to everybody who was in the chamber, telling us to exercise restraint with the parliamentary staff because they go above and beyond. And I can tell you they really do. Because when we stay in there all kind of 1 and 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, the staff is there. They have their families to go to. When we come in at 10:30 in the morning, if the sitting starts at 10:30, or we come in at 1:30, they're there from 8 o'clock in the morning, longer than us, right? Sometimes all of them, they're on their feet, they're on their legs, whole time, walking up and down, having to bring documents for us and this and that. And we sit down there in our nice, comfortable leather chairs and we rock back. And if you care to listen to, you know, you're on your phone or whatever it is. When we go down to the members' lounge, when we go to tea at 4:30, or depending on what time tomorrow, we start at 10:30, and then we go to lunch at 12 or 1 o'clock, as the case may be. And you have this massive spread of food for members. Sometimes you will have 2 or 3 different types of food. Right? If it is that you might have East Indian food, Arabic food, you name it, all kind of thing. And then you have the dessert station. Last week they treated us to, was it last week, boy? Or the week before? When we went, they had a whole themed thing, Tobago section and this section and that section. That's not for the staff. They don't get that. Right? They probably have to foot it and head out the road to buy something. So we have all of these accommodations and we have all of these niceties available to us. And then you want to abuse the staff? So when we call him, so he vexed because we thumped the desk in approval of him coming to defense of his own staff and telling us he hopes that when he delivers a judgment or whatever, that is not in our favor, that we could pound the desk. And that is not for us to do. In fact, when he made that statement, all 40 of us who were in the chamber or so should have been thumping, not just us, all right? Everybody, because that was meant for all of us, and it makes sense. So he's telling the opposition as well as the government, hey, the staff off limits. They didn't thump. Why is that? Is it that they were against it? So I did not tell them that. But no, you vexed us because we agree with what you did. That making sense. I continue.
All right. Of the democracy of Trinidad and Tobago.
No,
Mr.
I am not in a discussion. We are moving on. Well, for the Spain South, there is for the Spain South, Port of Spain South. I am instructing you to be quiet.
Why, Mr. Chairman? Why should I be quiet?
Because we are moving on. So be quiet. We are moving on. Issue has somewhat been dealt with. We will deal with it through another procedural device and mechanism. If you do not allow me to move on, we are moving on. Honorable members, the question is that the 2026 appropriation for Head 65.
Chairman. I've written it down already.
Listen, you all need to tell me prior to what it is, okay? All this is foolishness.
So you see, he buffing up the clerk there, right? She's telling him, because he is about to close off that head, to put it to the vote so that we could move on to the next ministry. And the clerk is telling him, Mr. Chairman, the member for Arima had a question, right? And then he's like, you all are supposed to tell me that. So she got buffer. And she said, but I tell you, but it's only me, probably forget or something. She didn't tell him that part, but I mean, come on. You go again.
Mr. Chair, the member for
So you see where Stuart's voice went down. So Stuart just got muted, right? His mic just got muted. No complaint about that from the UNC. The trolls who hear, or they didn't hear that part.
I did not see that.
And so what? Mr. Chair, if you allow me, and for clarity, for the public record, I'm a member of the Broadcasting Committee. This situation with regards to the mic was raised before. We raised the situation of the government mic continually being mute. It was raised before. Do not let us sit here and act like it's the first time. It was raised before by myself and member Amin. It was raised
Okay.
So the speaker's mic was muted just now, so you didn't hear. That's the second buff that the clerk get. But if you look at the video, you will see pointing. And she tell me this. Right. So she get buff up, real buff.
The sitting of this house is going to be suspended for 10 minutes. Please come back at 9:47.
Well, I can tell you all off camera, it went downhill from there. It went downhill from there. It's a good thing they turned off the camera and the mic so you all couldn't see and hear. But it wasn't nice. Oh no, wasn't nice at all. When we came back, we were very sedate. For that 10 minutes, oh boy, tempers flared. Words pelting across. And who tell we prayed earlier? We prayed earlier. It was not nice. Yeah, and that came from their side, eh? Their side. And all it's because all they lost, and all they can't take all their losses, and all kind of rubbish. I wouldn't go to further detail, but just to tell you, it went downhill from there. So again, and as I told you all, you see when you all like to figure, yeah, you see them on the camera, they get on with each other, but behind closed doors, they're knocking glass. They don't have none of that. I repeat it again. There is no knocking glass. In the year that I have, and plus that I have been there, there are no knocking glass and all of that. Might have one or two persons that we talk to. But I will tell you this, I have been a member of parliament for 13 going on 14 months, and you still have members of the government that I have never spoken to in almost 14 months. Right? So, and I was reminded the other day I was listening to this song by Explainer that he sang 50 years ago, 5 decades. In parliament, they kicks in. Right? And 5 decades later, it is still relevant today as it was 5 decades ago. And we take note that none of the parliamentarians who were sitting in the parliament 5 decades ago, when that song was sung, none of them in the parliament today. So it hasn't changed. I know why it wouldn't change. Because when you have behavior like that, particularly part of the government, because as a new parliamentarian, I can tell you my fellow colleagues on the freshman bench, on the opposition, we share similar views. We said, okay, we see what takes place. We've been seeing what takes place over the years, and we are going in there with a different perspective, right? We're not going to be engaging in that type of combative exchange and so on. We will try to, because we don't know them, they don't know us. We have a lot of new people on the government bench as well. So at least if the new ones could try and shift the paradigm until, you know, some of the bad blood from previous years is no longer there by virtue of attrition, right? Because 2030, some people will leave, some of the existing ones will leave, and so on. This government makes it extremely difficult to do that. And I'm talking about the things that you see and hear on camera and the things that is said and done off camera. Make it very, very difficult. So what happened there, right? And what caused the uproar was that after Padarat made his plea to the chairman, because in committee the speaker is called the chairman, for him to intervene with respect to the muting of the mic and so on, and perhaps he wasn't pleased with the response that he got from the speaker. So like the petulant little schoolboy that he is, he got up. He's in a huff. So he was sitting within my line of sight, just about 2 or 3 chairs, because the way that the Standing Finance Committee works, where he would normally sit, the Minister of Finance was sitting there to be able to assist the ministers who, if a question is asked and it is more a question that could be answered by the Ministry of Finance rather than the minister, he could intervene. So he was sitting directly in front in the chair that Padarat normally sits in. And they would have changed up the seating a bit on the government side, right? So he didn't have his normal seat. So during the course of the session, he was just moving around. Yes, he sat down one place, then he sat down somewhere else. So at that point in time, he was sitting in the chair where Saddam Hussein would normally sit, right? And he got up when apparently he didn't like what the speaker said. And he got up in a huff. And I see him heading down to the back. So I said, I know he's not going to do what I think he's going to do to try and assault this boy. So he gets up and we walk in and we see him going on. And several of us notice him. So we our eyes following him. And then you see he goes down to the public gallery and he pulls out his phone and he's taking a picture of the guy. So when I saw that, I raised up my hand and I said, Mr. Chair, what's going on here? What is that? And then others started chiming, Christian chiming, Kareem chiming, and you heard Stuart and stuff. But the speaker said he didn't see. He didn't see that. Right? Okay. So there is Padarat taking photos of the guy. And we started kick off us. We want to know, why are you taking the boy picture? To do what? To send it to who? Next thing you see the guy's photo all over Facebook. They know his name, where he live in, and then doing that now, because you'll see it would end up on Kick Out the PNM Facebook page, and then all kind of things would be said about this boy and putting his life in danger, because we know UNC supporters could be a little bit unhinged. And they just listen to the narrative that comes from their side. So we started kick off first, Mr. Speaker, you need to deal with that. You are the presiding officer here. You need to pull up Kuvas out for what he just did, because, hey, that is a threat to your staff. That is intimidation. So with all of that taking place, then we see like the boy supervisor come and somebody else come and they talking to him and all kind of thing. And he just there trying to explain himself, right? People come, they bring somebody else to replace him. And then you see he gets up and he go and they escorted him. Well, he walked away. I don't know if it's his supervisor or whoever it is went, and he left. And someone came to, I guess, to assume his functions and so on. But of course, that was in and of itself trauma. Who are you to do that? Leave it to this. You raised it on the floor. You brought it to the attention of the chairman, and it is now for him. He tells you that he could do nothing. The standing orders does not allow him to treat with the matter in here. So we assume you take note of it. The clerk of the house, Mr. Caesar, I guess you would bring it to Mr. Caesar's attention, and then they would do the investigation, because they have cameras spanning the entire diameter of the chamber, the ceiling, right? So there would be a camera that is focused on the public gallery, so they would have seen everything when Padarat came and he took the picture. There's a picture going around now with him taking a picture, and that is not AI. That is an actual photo that would have been taken by the camera that is panned onto the public gallery. So it's for them to go and do the investigation now. Now, based on what Stuart said, based on the legal definition of what assault is, and you don't need to hit the person, it is that once you engage in any action that may be deemed to be intimidatory or so on, it could be construed as assault, which would mean that Padarat, the police, in conducting an investigation, could in fact bring a charge against him of common assault, right? He did that. And there is evidence to show that he did that. So he come back now and he sit down and he listening there. He looking kind of concerned because the speaker and how things unfolding, and he realizes that he was the cause of that. And then there was the exchange afterwards. And a man like the Member of Parliament for Labrie, Clyde Elder, disappointed me greatly. Elder is a former trade unionist, a man who went down in the trenches to fight for the rights of workers. Sit down there and you defending Padarat because that's your boss? So what happened to the trade unionist in you? All of that went out the window. You cast that aside, you put it in the grip and shove it under the bed because now you're in the fold of the government and you're getting paid as minister in the ministry of and enjoying the perks of the work? Is that it? So you no longer care about workers' rights? In another dispensation, he would have picked up that when he was, General Secretary or whatever it is of the Communication Workers Union. These are the things that you would have fight for. But you just sit down there and then trying to defend that. Really? To say that you have no evidence. If it is you accuse the young man of muting the mic, well then you go through the process and prove it innocent until proven guilty. Natural justice, you have a whole set of lawyers sitting on the government side. That is how the process, you did not because Pararat say that happened and Michelle Benjamin or whoever or Vandana Mohit says that is what has happened, that happened, that is what it is. And what? You suspend the guy, you go through a process. And we were saying, that was our point, we defending the guy. But you see, I understand that this is a pattern with them. This is not the first time that we have heard that they treat the staff of the parliament with contempt, as if they're working for them. The way in which the manner in which sometimes they talk to the staff and whatnot. We have heard that. I'm not going to call any names, but we are aware of that. And they figure, and you heard the song say, a little bit of power is a dangerous thing. So afterwards, now the upstart comes and he sits down and folds his arm like this and crosses his leg. We in charge now. Yeah, that's it. We in charge now. What that's supposed to mean? You know what I would say? Well, you know, when the PNM was in power, Shamfa could just say that. Whoever said it, it was wrong. Whoever said it, whether it was the PNM side, Shamfa, whether it was Pararat said it, that is the wrong approach to take, because all that is going to do is fuel animosity and further fuel animosity in terms of how we relate with each other, so that there could be no compromise. In the parliament, sometimes it feels as if it's them versus us. Like we come in there to fight. So you sit down and it's like, yeah, we're ready. We're just waiting for the bell. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 4 years, if it doesn't get to the boiling point where somebody get lash. Sometimes you feel it would go down that road because the way they were behaving and the things that they threw at us. All you lost the election. Everything for them is, all you lost the election, all you lost, and the population kick all you out, and they didn't want all you, and all kind of stupid talk. And I keep repeating the point. They won the election not because the population voted for them overwhelmingly because they believed in their philosophy and their policies and strategies and what they were offering. They won the election because PNM people was upset with Rowley for taking a pay raise. They were upset with Rowley because of the way Stuart Young became prime minister, and they simply could not get over that. The fact that Dr. Rowley kept telling them, listen, 2027, based on what we currently have in place and what we are doing, the country's financial circumstance will improve in 2027, and the things that that needs to be done, we will now have the money to do it. But for now, we need to balance the scarce resources that we have. But then I want to hear that, the country has no money and all they give about themselves a pay raise. 900 persons covered under the Salaries Review Commission. Right? They set the terms and warranties of our salaries. But 900 persons include the parliamentarians and certain senior public officials and others. We're talking about thousands of public servants. Thousands. Tens of thousands of public. How could you compare tens of thousands of public servants with about 900 persons? Right? And that's what we were saying. Just bear a little bit. When the money starts to run, based on what we're doing with Venezuela, the Dragon, and all of these different things. We're not prepared to wait. We want to deal with the PNM and deal with Rowley. Okay, well, you all dealt with Rowley, you dealt with PNM, you dealt with Stuart Young. Where are we today? You pleased with where we are today? Okay, you get your 10%, but you ain't getting your back pay in 100% cash. You're getting 60-40. But they came last year in the same exercise of the mid-year review and allocated monies to pay themselves 100% cash for their back pay. They didn't wait, and I keep making that point. Tanku couldn't wait until October last year in the substantive budget. No, we need money be coming in May in government, and by June, mid-year review, we setting aside money. We want to be back paying. No. Because new car had to buy. We need down payment for the Prado, and we need down payment for the Fortuna and the Range Rover and whatever else they buy. They need a down payment for that. They're not playing with that. Same salary increase they said they didn't want. Same salary increase they said was greedy. and unnecessary at this time. But they came into office, and within 1 month of coming into office, allocate millions of dollars to pay themselves 100% back pay cash. And now committed to tell you 60-40, and it will be spread over a number of years. So you can't even get your 60% one time. Take probably 2 to 3 years for you to get it. But you could find 13 million TT, $2 million US, to repair the home of the permanent resident to the UN for Trinidad and Tobago. Could find that. Right. So, with all the old noise and all the bacchanal and so on, we came back. And basically, I mean, that whole episode was just so unfortunate, right? And we just wanted to run through, after that point, we just wanted to run through the rest of the process and get out of there. We did not want to stay in that chamber for any longer than was necessary with those folks. Right? We just wanted to leave. So we went through the process, and within no time, we were able to knock it out of the park, and we left. And so we go back tomorrow again. So we will see if civility will prevail, or if there will be some trigger tomorrow that could cause round 2 of what took place on Friday. Right? But that is what it is. It's hubris in the extreme. This ego trip that they're on. Suffering from a deep case of never thought they would get back into office. And now that they get back, oh boy. They're grinding that axe. So I see the Prime Minister, let's see. Yeah, the Prime Minister was asked to comment by the media, I think is the Express. And she, as was to be expected, is supporting Padarath. Now, that is disturbing for more than one reason. First of all, Mrs. Prasad Bisesa was not in the chamber on Friday. She missed the entirety of that exercise. But you all remember and I think there was some allocation with respect to either the office of the Prime Minister or some unit or department that is under the office of the Prime Minister, right? And since she is the Prime Minister, she is the line minister, ideally she should have come and speak to that issue. And the rain is down. She didn't, right? Instead, Nicholas Morris spoke because he's minister in the office of the Prime Minister. But you all remember for the budget last year, when the same Standing Finance Committee, she come. First time a Prime Minister is coming to subject themselves to questioning in the Standing Finance Committee, and she come and she make this big grand appearance and so on. And they pounded this. Yes, man, that is Prime Minister. No other Prime Minister ever did that. Where was she on Friday? Why didn't come and pull this stunt a second time? Huh? Novelty wore off. Yeah, there was no benefit to be had from that. You got it in October last year. They got all the praises and all the hungry mouths on them who still waiting and hoping that they might get some position. And praising, yes, the Prime Minister should be commended for that because she subjected herself to questions. And normally they'd have the Minister of Finance or whoever else would do that, or the minister in the Ministry of. She didn't feel the need to come on Friday to pull this stunt. But you were not in the Parliament on Friday. You did not see what happened. You do not have an empirical perspective of what happened. But you're supporting Padarath. PM defends Padarath, claims bias by parliamentary staff. She is an attorney at law, a lawyer. She is supposed to hold fast to the tenets of innocent until proven guilty. Natural justice. Not Padarath tell you, well, this is what happened, or you were at home, or wherever it is, and you were looking at the proceedings on the Parliament channel, and just like the average citizen who did not see what was taking place in the background, you don't know, you have no idea. So everything that you know about what transpired on Friday is what you were told, what you heard, but you were not in the chamber as you were supposed to be. You were not in the chamber as is required, for which you are receiving 87,000, but more than that, 87,000 plus, over $100,000 a month for, to be in the People Parliament. She wasn't there. She came on Wednesday and she stayed for quite a while. So she probably said, well, that's enough. Well, let's see me for most of the day Friday. Wednesday, so Friday, don't expect me to do a repeat. Yeah, I'm still recuperating from Wednesday. Okay, so handle all your business. I don't need to be there. but you're drawing pay over 100,000 taxpayers' dollars a month. But you went to the house to do your duty. But the faithful, the fully done, no problem with that. Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesa has defended leader of government business Barry Padarat, insisting there has been biased behavior by some parliamentary staff against the government. Did you ever raise this before? You've been in office for over a year, right? I think 13, we're going on 14 months. Did you ever raise this with the relevant authorities in the parliament? You raised it with the speaker? Did you raise it with the clerk of the house so that it could be addressed? Did you raise it? Well, I heard Michelle Benjamin say that she and Khadija Amin raised it in the broadcasting committee, but that committee doesn't meet that often, I don't think. So yeah. So if it is you all were so concerned about it, why didn't you press it further outside of the chamber? What relief did you seek to make sure that it didn't continue happening if you claim it happened? The biased behavior of parliament staff has always been an issue. But under the current management in both houses, it is the worst I have seen since I have been there. Some of the parliament staff operate like a PNM party group. So everybody against this government. Everybody is a PNM party group. Moody's is a PNM party group. S&P is a PNM party group. The World Bank is everybody is a PNM party group. The media against this government, everybody against them. I don't understand. You all say when UNC wins, everybody wins. Winners are not supposed to be against a government that is giving them winning. No, everybody should love you. If everybody winning, as you all keep saying, when UNC wins, everybody wins. That is not the behavior of winners. Winners don't go against a winning government. So maybe you need to check yourself and check that slogan about when UNC wins, everybody wins. She goes on. Some of the parliament staff operate like a PNM party group. Inside there, a total disgrace, she said in a response to questions from the Sunday Express yesterday. How do you think the parliament staff feel reading this today? Right? This is conviction without trial. From the Prime Minister, no less, making this statement. Asked whether she planned to take any action, Prasad Bisesa said the UNC would raise its concerns with Parliament's Broadcasting Committee. Well, madam, that's easy. You all have the majority in the committee. The government has the majority in every committee. So, whatever you all decide to do is what it is. You all should have met, that committee should have met months ago and delivered your verdict, and you wouldn't have the problem as you claim it exists. Why are you sticking? Why are you sticking? Why did it have to come to this for you all to do that? She says, I believe next week the broadcast committee is meeting, so the UNC will raise our concerns. Because Padarat made a declaration on Friday that the broadcast committee would meet. There are other issues that we plan to bring to the attention of the public regarding the disgustingly biased behavior of some staff members, she said. This is the Prime Minister. It's just like when the Coast Guard, that incident in 2022, when the Coast Guard fired the shot on the vessel, the unidentified Venezuelan vessel, and the 2-year-old was killed. And without any investigation or anything like that, she was quick out the block to declare or to label the Coast Guard officers as murderers, right? According to the Prime Minister, the bias had been occurring since the UNC was in opposition, and she claimed there had been numerous instances where the microphones of opposition speakers, including herself, were muted. Parliament's Broadcasting Committee comprises the House Speaker, Jagdeep Singh, Senate President Wade Mark, Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, Khadija Amin, Minister of Culture and Community Development, Michelle Benjamin, Opposition MP, Hans Devines, Government Senator Brian Baig, Independent Senator Francis Lewis, and Opposition Senator Foster Cummings. So as I said, the government has the majority, so they could do whatever it is they want. They could recommend whatever sanctions it is that they want. But it is unfortunate that the Prime Minister, without a meeting of the committee, without any investigation, without any findings, you have declared the staff behave like a PNM party group. So it doesn't matter what investigation is conducted by the parliament, whether it be, and then what is also of concern, she says here, it has been under the current management in both houses, it is the worst I have ever seen. Who is she referring to when she uses the term management there? Is she speaking about the presiding officers, the Speaker and the President of the Senate? Or is she referring to the Clerk of the House and the Clerk of the Senate? it would be nice if she could give us some clarity who she's referring to. I could posit that I doubt is the speaker, because those of you who look at the parliament, you would doubt that the speaker could be accused of such. I don't think that Jagdeo Singh would instruct the staff to mute the mics of members of the government, especially since I played for you all just now, where he buffed us up for agreeing with him and endorsing him, admonishing all members of parliament to exercise restraint with the parliament staff. So, who's she talking about? The clerk? Are you accusing Mr. Caesar of biases? Are you accusing the Nataki? I think it's Nataki is the clerk of the Senate. Are you accusing her of being biased? Well, I could tell you, I met as a member of staff of the parliament this morning who lives in my constituency. I met them at the grocery this morning, and she was very upset. She said when she woke up and she read that article, she was very upset that the Prime Minister would make such a statement, right? And therefore, now what you're going to see is, based on this, a barrage of claims and insults going to come on the social media from the supporters of the UNC, or the parliament staff is PNM, and this and that. And every time that they make a claim now that their microphone was shut off, well, here what to do. Go around the whole parliament and find out who support PNM and who support UNC. Find a technician who is UNC and put him permanently as the only technician. Or see if you could find 2 or 3 technicians who support the UNC, and just roster them alone to handle the microphones. All right? So that way you'd be certain that the government's microphones will not be cut off. We could probably be certain that the opposition microphones will be cut off. But here what? Who cares? Who the hell cares, according to Kamala? Because we are the opposition. There's just 13 of us. And you in charge, according to Padarat. So you all could do the 13 of us whatever the hell you want, because you all have the majority, you in charge, and we are just, we're just 13. A small maxi, as all they like to say. And all that talk they like to throw in the parliament too. So do you want, you all in charge of the broadcast committee? So here what? When you all meet next week, take that decision. Say we only want UNC people controlling, technicians controlling the microphones. No problem. No problem. And the same thing that you have claimed happened to you for 10 years, just do it to us. So do so and like so. And let's say that. So we fix nothing. And we just keep playing that back and forth. It happened to me, so we will do it to all you. And then when you all come back in office, do it to us. And nothing changes. And then what does the population say? As 41 jokers in the parliament. That's what they will say. Going again. Well, needless to say, in the comments, 401 comments as of now, and the majority of them is licks for the Prime Minister. Licks. Right? She's not finding support for that comment at all from members of the public. Who say we expected nothing different. And Mr. Padarat, I am ready for war. He accused the PNM of using tactics to distract from the racist and seditious comments of opposition MP Kareem Marcel. Racist and seditious comments. Well, Kareem needs a... Well, he's a lawyer, so he knows how to handle his stories. But nevertheless, we are seeing calls from UNC supporters for Zanda to issue a PDO, preventative detention order against Kareem, to lock him up, right, for inciting. Lock him up for the balance of the SOE, right? So remember, this SOE ends on the 17th, and then we start a fresh 3 months. So they're telling, the UNC faithful all over social media, issue a PDO, lock up Kareem, charge him, whatever. Yeah, well, let's see if they will do that. Let's see if they will do that. But again, why are we here? Why are we here? When I say here, in this mess, this mire of muck and filth, it's not like you all didn't know, It's not like you all didn't know what these people offer when it comes to governance. But no. We just had to give them another chance. Yeah, give them another 5 years. So there were some allocations or lack thereof the Standing Finance Committee, and the variation and supplementation bill that has me concerned. There were many special interest groups or interest groups throughout the country who were waiting with bated breath for this media review because they are owed money, and they were hoping that they would hear in this media review that monies would be allocated for them to deal with their issues. For me, the only piece of useful information that came out on Friday was when we interrogated the Ministry of Defense, and Wayne Sturge indicated that a budget of $2.5 million has been set aside for Independence Day celebrations. So it seems that this year you will have your Independence Day parade. Barring, of course, unless we hear of some grave threat happening between now and the 31st of August, some threat, somebody come and threaten the Prime Minister or threaten government ministers, and it will be unsafe, as it was last year, for ministers to be, the entire cabinet to be there at this event. And because that's what we were told last year, it wasn't advisable, it wasn't prudent to have the entire cabinet in one place, lest somebody should carry out some dastardly act and you lick up the whole government of Trinidad and Tobago in one shot. So, notwithstanding the fact that Wayne Sturge has made that declaration that $2.5 million has been allocated for Independence Day celebrations, everything, inclusive the parade and the drink up and so on that they have afterwards at Napa and all of these different things and wherever else they have. And if they decide to have fireworks, $2.5 million, it is not guaranteed that, because I say anything can happen between now and then, and they could change their mind. So, because as we see, the North Stand is still up. So, which brings me to the other one. The North Stand falls under the responsibility of the Ministry of Community Development and Culture. I think this is probably the latest that the North Stand has been up in years. Of course, there is concern being expressed that if it is still up for independence, well, then that is the space that is used for the parade. So where will the parade be? Could it be moved out of the savannah and held in a smaller scale? Right? So we just use less officers and less of the machinery and the vehicles and so on. And I don't put it past them to do that. But there's also concern for the Emancipation Village, right? Which starts sometime late next month into Emancipation. As you know, there are a number of booths there for artisans and so on to come and sell their wares, sell their clothes, people who are looking for that nice African outfit to wear on the day and for other events leading up to the day would normally go there. In fact, several of us from the Parliament would have gone there last year to purchase our African wear, right? But the North Stand is still up. So, but in interrogating the documents that were provided for us, the supplementation and so on, we saw no allocations for these things, pushing us to ask, well, where the money going from? But we didn't ask Michelle Benjamin any questions, because that would have been a waste of time, right? An exercise in futility, because all we would have been hearing is asked and answered. Remember, that question was asked and answered. Even though it wasn't answered, we would have heard that, asked and answered. It don't make sense. You go ahead. You get a free pass. Forget you. So the pan men were hoping to hear about allocations. I can tell you, we interrogated the documents. We saw nowhere where such allocations were made. The mass fraternity, the Calypso fraternity, everybody who's still waiting on prize money and other monies, other allocations that were due to them since Carnival. When we look at the documents, we're not seeing anywhere where those monies are allocated. The same thing happens with the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. We're asking questions. Where is the money to pay or to give to the regional corporations to patch roads? Because this government not paving road, right? Since they've been in office, all they're doing is patching, no pave. They cost the PNM for 10 years. We want no patch. We want pave road. Now they come into government and all they're getting is patch. And in 2 twos, the patch lick up, right? So we say, all right, we look in, say $106 million allocated. We say, well, right, okay, that is probably for that. Only to be told, no, that is arrears for salaries for councillors and others at 6 regional corporations. That has nothing to do with them. Okay. So could you direct us as to where are the allocations for, because ministries are saying, the corporation saying they don't have any money to pay staff through to September, that the money run out last month, so they don't even have money to pay salaries for June. But we're not seeing that here. Where is that? We are hearing regional corporations, when we as MPs call our councillors, tell them, well, we need help. Road need to patch, street light, whatever, things, drainage need to be fixed. And all we're hearing is, we don't have money. We don't have any money. We're waiting for the media review. We're waiting for allocation in the media review. We don't have no money. Well, it seems they still don't have money. And when the question was put to Khadija, she said, well, you know, it have things, strategies that we could use internally to be able to identify monies. But you just came to the parliament to ask for more money. And you're now telling me, so if the money resides in the ministry because there's no allocation here, why have these corporations, regional corporations, been begging for money for the last few months, begging for money to be able to carry out much needed work within their jurisdictions, and they're being told they have no money? Wait for the media review. The media review come around, and I tell them there's no allocation in the media review, but we will see how we could, you know, find the money within the ministry based on what we have. So they are none the wiser. So no improvement. Hopefully, maybe over the course of this weekend, there'll be some discussion, and tomorrow when we go to the parliament, maybe if the minister speaks, she could say, well, we found money over the weekend, and this is what we're going to do. Otherwise to that, the many potholes that I am seeing throughout my constituency, and what is happening now, these UNC supporters so disgusting, right? Your government is depriving the corporation, the Tunapuna Piarco Regional Corporation and the Arima Borough Corporation of funding, necessary funding that is needed to purchase the hot mix and the cold mix and the whatever else to be able to patch the roads. I am making representation on your behalf as the member of parliament, and I keep getting stonewalled. All I keep hearing, we don't have no money. We don't have material. We have nothing. Okay, we're waiting for media review. I said, all right, I'll accept that. So when people write to me, call me, this is what I am telling them. Now I am seeing where the UNC supporters, you know what they're doing? They come in and they're taking mud and using it to patch holes. They're taking, mixing cement and come in and to patch the holes, to make me look bad. And they come in, and even in my own neighborhood, right? Since 2 months now, I sent pictures to the chairman of the Tunapuna Piarco Regional Corporation telling him, hey, boss man, I need these things, I need these holes patched urgently, right? I said, because this is in my neighborhood and it makes me look bad, because people will say, but the MP living right there and look at the state of the road. He said to me, MP, we don't have material right now. So as soon as we get, I will deal with you. Okay. And the holes getting worse. So now, in an attempt to embarrass the MP, they come in and mix in cement and throwing it in the hole to show me up, right? And I am trying to do my work. But your government is frustrating my ability to be able to do my work, frustrating the corporations, come to media review and make no allocations. And then what? You think that is going to help Dominic Smith if he decides to come back in 2030? Well, go ahead. If that is the strategy. But just remember, where Khadija living, down in the back in Evergreen, right? She have all this security. The roads are the worst. Racecourse Road in a mess. Unity, all those roads in the back by the racetrack, down in the back there. She passing there every day. Boston, she never left Karapo. But the roads are the worst. Your ministry is responsible for providing the resources to the corporation to fix the road, and you're not doing it. And you feel you're doing that what? To spite me? No, Miss Lady, you're not spiting me. Because the most of the roads that I have to use to get home in fairly good condition. You should be ashamed at the fact that you live in there and your neighbors coming to me as the MP to ask me to fix the road, and they're telling me you live in right there. You pass in there every day, but there's 2 and 3 Prados coming to pick you up every morning, so you ride in comfort, so it doesn't bother you. It doesn't bother you, right? And I have to be begging and pleading. I wrote to the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure asking them to fix the road. Nothing. No response. If I do get a response, you're telling me to pass the letter to whichever department and they will reach out to me. Nobody reaching out to me. And the roads continue to get worse and worse. Joke and Trace. Karapo. It's in a mess. A mess. And she wouldn't do anything to fix it. Well, gosh, if you want to embarrass me, you know what's the best way to do it, Khadija? Fix the road now and take credit for it. I give you permission to embarrass me. You get your ministry, however, talk to Jaylene and you all come and fix it. And when you pave it, pave it smooth. You all could invite the media to come, and don't invite me. You don't need to invite me. Leave me out of it, and you could take full credit for it. I have no problem. At the end of the day, once we get the work done and the citizens are able to enjoy and the constituents can enjoy proper roads, I'm happy. However done. You don't need to give me any credit. I beg you, please do that. Please. Then we hear they come to ask for a further $3 million for CPEP. They asked for $18 million in October last year because they say you have to wind up the CPEP company. You get your $18 million, you come back for a further $3 million. So now we're looking at $21.5 million to wind up CPEP. You know how many CPEP workers that could have paid? How many CPEP, the thousands of CPEP workers who are looking for work for the last year, many of them still cannot find work. Struggling, can't send the children to school, can't put food on the table. In fact, yesterday in Karapo, I was invited to an event by the community police. They had an event called Stronger Safe Homes, Stronger Communities. And it was dealing in part with domestic violence and other things. And so I went, they invited me to come and just give opening remarks, welcome remarks and so on, because I had some other commitments. And while I was there, while I was waiting for the event to start, there was a lady who came and she runs an NGO. She deals with battered women, victims of domestic violence and so on. And she was telling me that for the last year, since this government shut down CPEP, she has seen a number of single mothers coming to her, looking for hamper. Some of them have come to me as MP to get hamper, to get food cards, whenever it is we get and so on. I know she was telling me, right, is that some of these women have now had to resort to selling their bodies to be able to feed the children. I was shocked when she told me that. She said they don't have a choice. She said they come to me and they telling me the same. When she tell them that she don't have anything, or she waiting to get some support from wherever it is. And these women are telling her that. The fathers are nowhere to be found, but the fathers were working in CPEP too, who was working URP, so nobody have money. And they're doing whatever it is that they have to do so that children wouldn't go hungry and have to now compromise the dignity and go and sell their bodies. Prostitution to be able to feed their family. This is the position that this wicked government put these people in, right? All on the rules about corruption and corruption. 331 contractors were corrupt. So you so focused, laser focused on 331 contractors that you say were corrupt, who at least the majority of them probably have had some little savings, some kakada set aside that could help them carry them through. But for the vulnerable ones who was making the small money, who would have adjusted their lives around that, it wasn't great, but at least they were able to pay bills, put food on the table, and send the children to school. Many of these single mothers now have to resort to prostitution, right? Being taken advantage of by some of these dirty, nasty men who wouldn't see the woman's situation and say, well, hey, Nagil, don't do that. I'll help you out. Well, a little something. I'm going to carry in the grocery and buy something. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. No, you see an opportunity to take advantage of her. For example, you said, any man who's doing that, you're nasty and shameless to be doing that to these women. But again, I want to say thank you to all those of you here who assist, whether it is that you come to the office and you drop off hampers, which is always a help, or if it is that you come to the office and you drop off, you might provide vouchers for groceries and so on. Because I can tell you, as soon as it reaches the office, we have a list of people waiting. You call them one time, hey, we got stuff. You could come and collect it one time. It's not there to sit down in a room and wait and to gather weevil. No, because we know that there are people in need, and we try to do our best to avoid these women having to do that, or these children not being able to go to school. But all who want to talk stupidness about what the PNM is nothing for black people, and the PNM this and this clown NCW who eating our food because they put him on the board of Queen's Hall, and he figure because he collecting $3,700 a month and he has title of director, he rich. So when Kareem said what he said the other night, and he come to do it, what the PNM do? And that's all they want to offer poor people is CPEP and URP. What stupidness you're talking? At least CPEP and URP were putting food on the table. At least they could send the children to school and pay bills. What they have now? So when you're collecting your $3,700 a month, plus whatever it is you're getting, whatever else, all the invitations that you're getting from the government to attend this and eat and drink nice. Do you ever spare a thought for these people? You don't know. But when they come to us every week with their plight and their situation, some of them are ashamed because they got a food card last month and what they could buy with the food card could only last them 2 weeks. And then they have to come back the following month to ask for a hamper and they get one. And they're afraid to come back to the MP because they figure I would say, well, it's a joke. It's every month you'll come. I don't say that because I understand the challenges that they're going through. But it's difficult because we try to help as many people. And obviously, it will be a challenge to keep giving the same people over and over when we know there are other people, new people who are going to come. But you think they care? No. $13 million for Pasan. That is what is important. That's what is important. 21 million to wind up CPEP. That is important. To pay who? You have a CPEP board. Every month they're collecting monies. Directors' fees. What are they doing? They come to tell us, well, you still have some administrative staff at CPEP and things because when you're winding up, there are certain things, the transfer of certain assets and all of these different things. And so we still have to pay our staff. 21 million, I hardly doubt that. Hardly doubt that. But when you have to hire a lawyer and consultants and all these people have to eat our food, drink our juice and belch, oh yeah, we have money for that. Which brings me to the other allocation, and which if I speak in the parliament tomorrow, I tend to raise. $500 million for overtime for police officers. $500 million, right? They came in October and asked for $400 million. And come back now in June to ask for a further $100 million for a total of $500 million in overtime. Not regular pay, which is $1.265 billion for regular hours. So in total, the budget just to pay salaries for the TTPS, nothing else, just the salaries alone. We're not talking about equipment, we're not talking about vehicles, all of them things. Just salaries alone for the TTPS is $1.8 billion. With a budget of $60 billion, it means 3% of the budget. 3% of the national budget is going just to pay salaries to the TTPS. And they come there on Friday to ask for that as if, it's no big deal. No big deal. Well, let me read this, right? I cast no aspersions, but I am saying, I am concerned for that kind of money, $500 million in overtime. And when we asked, so is this overtime as a result of the SOE? No. You mean this is not because of the officers having to work extra hours and call out and so on because of the SOE? And Xander says no, because Guevara is sitting next to him, and that's what Guevara is telling him. All right, let me remind you all of this. This issue of overtime for the TTPS is nothing new. In fact, when Gary Griffith was Commissioner of Police, that is one of the first things that he did, that he sought to treat with when he came in. Here it said, listen carefully. Guardian article dated the 20th of September 2018. Gary probes $25 million a month overtime bill. A quiet internal investigation by Commissioner of Police Gary Griffith has uncovered a massive $25 million per month overtime bill within the TTPS. The figure is $3 million more than the $22 million a month overtime bill government officials recently claimed state-owned Petrotrin racks up. In response to questions on the issue from the TNT Guardian yesterday, Griffith said he was cracking down on white-collar crime within the TTPS as he highlighted inflated overtime figures as one of the white-collar crimes currently taking place within the service. Not me say so. Gary Griffith said this in his capacity as the Commissioner of Police. Our approach to dealing with the issues in the police service is twofold. You hear or have heard reports of police officers involved in criminal activity, and this is one of them, Griffith said. This is Gary Griffith, the Commissioner of Police, stating this. He said some officers have been taking home hundreds and thousands of dollars in overtime. It is curious that this doesn't raise a red flag to these supervisors signing off on that overtime or rostering the men for the overtime, Griffith said. He said because there were never the proper checks and balances in place, people found ways to take advantage of the system. Even if we cut the overtime in half, we would save enough of our budget to be able to improve the technology for the police officers, like laptops in cars, pepper spray, and tasers for officers, Griffith said. $25 million a month, and this is in 2018. So in 2018, with about 6,500 officers, you had an overtime bill of $300 million. $300 million. Now, in 2026, based on a figure that Alexander gave on Friday, right? With respect to the $20 million that they asked for, or was it 30? I think it was $30 million. Yes, $30 million they asked for to provide uniforms for the TTPS. They asked for 10 million, I think, 10 million in October. And now they come back to ask for another 20 million. So 30 million to provide uniforms. That's separate and apart from the $1.8 billion for salaries. Right? When that figure came up, I was about to ask a question, and Alexander preempted my question by answering it. And he said, that is to cover 9,400 officers. So you had 6,500 officers in 2018, and the overtime bill was 300 million for the year. You now have an additional 3,000 officers, right, in 2026. So the overtime bill is supposed to go down, not go up. Because if you have more manpower, then there is no need for people to be working overtime. Because it means you have enough men and women, enough officers to staff every shift. All right? So everybody should just be getting, and let me say this, I am not begrudging the officers if you work legitimately for your overtime. I have no problem with that, sir. I have no problem with that. But I cannot wrap my mind around $500 million in overtime when you have increased the manpower strength of the TTPS, such that you have enough officers to work regular hours, so everybody should be getting whatever their salary is, their basic salary, even if you get a couple hours overtime. All right. But how could the overtime bill go up when your staff complement has increased? So what? And it has gone up by almost 50%, half of the 1.2 billion for normal salaries. So the whole TTPS working overtime then, because that is what it seems like. As I said, I cannot wrap my mind around that. $500 million in overtime. And Griffith would have been able to find innovative ways, and because he was able to bring it down from 300 million, I think probably 200 million or something like that, with 6,500 officers. But now you have 9,400, and you are telling me that you cannot bring down that bill? It's clearly somebody needs a tutorial in how to do rostering for your officers. So when Griffith could raise this issue, because as soon as he demitted office, the overtime bill started to go back up, causing Fitzgerald Hines to raise the issue sometime in 2024 thereabouts, when it went back up from 300 million under Gary Griffith to $418 million. And Mr. Hines had to express concern, and that they would be looking for ways and means to be able to bring down that figure. Now we have reached the $500 million. So if it's $500 million this year, where are they going to be next year? 600 million? Where do we draw the line? Where do we call on the leadership of the TTPS to say enough is enough? That you need to, well, all the degrees that you have, you need to call in your executive and let them know, listen, this needs to be done, right? You all need to do your rostering better so that we don't have to be paying all of this money in overtime. Because when it is that you have the community the community policing unit that hosted this event that I told you all about yesterday. And when I get there, I engage in a brief conversation with one of the officers, and he's telling me, well, this is the community policing under the TTPS or whatever. So I said, do you all get funding for this program under from the government? And he said, no. He said, we had to be begging this one and begging that one for a little assistance. He said, that's why we had to ask your office to provide us with a few cases of water and some refreshment for the attendees and so on. He said, but every time we have a session like this and all the other things that we do, we always had to be going like vagrants all over the place begging. You could donate, you could donate, you could donate. These are the things that would help to treat with the issue of crime in the various communities. Police outreach. But we have no money for that. But we have money, $500 million to pay overtime. So, and the minister has not given any indication that he has any strategy or any intention, whether it be him or the current leadership of the TTPS, to look into this matter in a more granular way to determine whether or not these overtime claims are legitimate, all of them, or if it is a reoccurrence of the problem that Gary Griffith highlighted 8 years ago that he attempted to treat with. and whether or not now that he's no longer there, if these policies that he put in place to reduce that overtime bill, if they are still there, if they have been scrapped, and if so, why? And why are we not looking for ways to be able to reduce that? Because that is more money that could go to do other things for the TTPS. They have money to be able to lease 51 electric vehicles from a company owned by one of the financiers. That is important. But community policing, right? All of the police youth clubs and so on that have activities in place to be able to bring in the youth so that they're not available. Their hands, as I told them in my remarks yesterday, idle hands are the devil's workshop, and soon enough, these idle hands will find themselves in either silver bracelets or a tag and forensics. You pick. But that is not important for them. No. But anyway. So, what's the time there? Lord. So, coming out of Wednesday's finance bill, we will touch on, will boss is saying TTPS as an overtime racketing. That's how it is up here. You know, I don't know. Let me see this here. Yeah. So the landlord surcharge, right? Government come and they say, we get rid of property tax, but we bring in something called a landlord surcharge, where once you're renting property, you have to pay your fair share. This was what the Minister of Finance said. You have to pay your fair share. We have too many people in this country who are earning income by renting out property and they're not paying their fair share. And so the purpose of this landlord surcharge is to make sure they pay their fair share. Right? So they said, if you're earning $20,000 or less for the year, you have to pay 2%. And if you're earning, what is it, 2.5? 2 or 2.5. And if you're earning more than 20,000, you have to pay 3.5% of whatever you make for the year in rental income. Now, when that came out, you already recall, those of you who listen to me regularly would know I was asking the question. The law says that you are entitled to a personal allowance of $90,000, right? So the first $90,000 of income that you earn, the Income Tax Act says you don't have to give the government anything. Other than if you're working as an employee, you will pay NIS and health surcharge, right? But that's not really a tax because the NIS is to benefit you. It allows you to be able to access one or more of the 20-something, the 26 or 27 benefits that the NIB offers, not just pension, right? But pension is the main one. So you're paying that. So really it's not tax. And then you have the health surcharges, a contribution to be able for the hospitals and so on, so that when you bounce your toe and you call the ambulance, they come and pick you up and they carry you to the hospital for free, unlike what obtains in other jurisdictions where you have to pay and you get a bill when you leave the hospital, right? And I asked that question. It was never answered. So they put that thing in place. We had a finance bill in December. That is the one in which they came like thieves in the night and implemented significant increases on traffic fines, as much as 100 and 150% increase on traffic fines, right? They didn't tell you all that. They just come with a finance bill with a set of technicalities and they pass it. And it's a good thing we went through it with a fine-tooth comb and Marvin discovered it and he would have posted it, I think, on Boxing Day. And then the media pick it up and they ran with it, right? So Mr. Tanku comes with this current finance bill last week, tax coup, to say that they are now introducing something called a tax credit with respect to the landlord surcharge. Now, I am not surprised because I don't know, well, I suspect that perhaps some of their financiers, their friend, family members who rent property, who don't want to get a charge of $250,000 and I think 6 months in jail for not registering as landlords, probably tell them, hey, where's that one? Had a discussion with them and pointed out the flow to Mr. Tanku, right? Now, I had intended to raise it on Wednesday. I was supposed to be one of the speakers, but the way things unfolded with time and then, of course, with some of the other issues that had to be dealt with, that I didn't get the opportunity to speak. So as I tell you, once I don't raise it in the parliament, I will raise it here. So let me see if I find this, right? Hold on. I'm going to play it for you all to hear tax coup. That dance. I always say a Form 4 economic student could have done better than this man as Minister of Finance. Let me get this here. Where is it? Right. Listen to it.
Clauses 21D and 21B and 22B.
Yeah.
Importantly, clauses 21D and 21B and 22B provide a tax credit against annual income tax liability for any landlord business surcharge paid up to the full amount of that liability. In plain language, Mr. Speaker, in plain language, for those on the opposite side.
No, it's not for those on the opposite side. It's for you and those on your side, right? Because the dunce that he is, he didn't realize this problem. You came since October last year and made this announcement, and it only dawned on you in June of 2026. 9 months later. Wow. Maybe if you had kept your tail in the chamber when I was speaking, yeah, maybe you would have got your heads up. But there's another problem that he's going to have to come to deal with soon enough. But let me finish play this.
In plain language, the surcharge operates within the income tax framework. It is treated as a prepayment against tax liability. It prevents an unfair double taxation burden on landlords who already declare in rental income and pay what is due. Again, totally different to the Nancy story that the PNM has fed the population. Important.
So you all heard what he said there, right? They're bringing a tax credit to avoid double taxation. Now, essentially, for those of you who may not be familiar with a tax credit and a tax deduction, a tax deduction is applied against your income to determine what is called your assessable income. So let's say you're earning $10,000 a month, $120 for the year, and you're entitled to certain tax deductions, $90,000 personal allowance, so that's your first deduction, the balance is $30,000. If you have an annuity, a deferred annuity, right, whatever you're contributing for the year, up to $60,000, you could deduct that to reduce the amount of income that you would now have to calculate your taxes on. If you don't have an annuity, you're paying alimony, you're paying maintenance, you avail yourself of the venture capital, whatever it is, it's the deductions, right? You're entitled to claim up to 70% of your NIS contributions and so on. So after you deduct all of this from the balance of the 30,000, after you minus your 90, whatever is left is what you pay taxes on. So let's say you have 10,000 in deductions. So 100,000, 90,000 plus your 10,000 deductions, you just have $20,000 left. Your tax liability would be $5,000, right? 25% of the balance, the 20,000. 5,000 in tax you're supposed to pay to the Board of Inland Revenue. What a tax credit does is the credit is more valuable than the tax deduction because your tax credit is applied directly to your tax liability. So if your tax liability is $5,000 and you have a tax credit of $3,000, you minus the $3,000 from the $5,000 and all you pay is $2,000 in tax. Brightman here, trying to clean up the mess that he created by calculating this surcharge not on annual rental value as the PNM was doing, but based on earned income and bringing it into the income tax framework, as he says, created a mess where if you have a landlord, so let me give you an example. Say I am a clerical worker and I earn $7,500 a month, $90,000 for the year. The law says I don't have to pay any tax, right? So I'm supposed to be able to enjoy my $90,000 tax-free. But let's say I'm frustrated with that job and I inherit a property, a house, and I decide I'm going to rent out this house for $7,500 a month or $90,000 for the year, right? Same salary I was making when I was a clerical staff. I left that job because the environment was toxic. And I'm renting out my property for $7,500 a month and I good. So that's my only income. I'm making $90,000. Tax now, with this surcharge, is saying to me, I have to pay a tax on the same $90,000 that I was making when I was a clerical officer. But now I'm paying it as a tax because I'm earning rental income. So he has now messed up the system where basically you're saying my ability to access what the law entitles me to a personal allowance of 90,000 is determined based on the source of my income. So if I'm a clerical worker earning 90,000, I don't have to pay anything on that. But because my source of income is rental income, you are telling me I'm no longer entitled to the 90,000 personal allowance, which the law allows me. Now, I missed a couple sessions, a couple sittings in the parliament for professional reasons because I had professional commitments. But I am certain Mr. Tanku didn't come to the parliament with any amendments to the Income Tax Act that says if you earn income purely from rental income, you don't have that you are no longer entitled to your personal allowance of 90,000. So how the hell I could be paying no taxes on 90,000 as a clerical worker, but now that I am earning this money based on rental income, you're telling me I have to pay 3.5% on that 90,000, which works out to about $3,150. Well, let me turn this off here. Yeah, we heard enough for you. It's colossal dance. One of the most obnoxious ministers that we have. He and Padre had given each other stiff competition for that position. He has this way when he's talking to us and when he wants to dismiss us, he does that. Sickening. That's the example that they decide to set. Right? So let me come back to my example. So it means then that if my sole source of income is rental income, and let's say, as I said, I just rented a property for $7,500 a month, $90,000 for the year. On the tax code, I am required to pay. Well, in the first instance, I'm supposed to register as a landlord and pay them $2,500 for the privilege of registering and letting them know that I am earning this income. And then I am required to pay 3.5% of 90,000, which is $3,150 in taxes. Juxtapose that against somebody who is earning $8,500 a month, a whole $1,000 more than me as a clerical worker. So that person, right, is earning $102,000 for the year. What is their tax liability? So they deduct the 90,000 personal allowance, and there is left over $12,000. If they have no deductions and they have to pay taxes on that $12,000 at the income tax rate of 25%, this person who is earning $8,500 a month will pay on that balance of $12,000, $3,000 in taxes. $3,000 in income tax. But me, who earning $7,500 a month in rental income, because of his 3.5% tax surcharge, I paying $3,150 on less money. I'm paying more taxes on less money than somebody who is paying taxes on more money. But he says the purpose of this surcharge is to level the playing field and for those who are earning rental income to pay their fair share. What is a fair share? It is unfair for me earning $7,500, that is my sole income from rental income, to be paying more taxes than somebody who is earning $8,500, because as I know, the more money you earn is the more taxes you pay. How the hell it end up that I am earning less money and paying more taxes than somebody who is earning more than me? But this dunce that Kamala put as Minister of Finance, he don't understand that, right? So he tried to come now to fix it. So here's what they do. And this is also a loophole for all their friends, family, and financiers to be able to get away from paying the landlord tax. Because here's how it goes. He comes with this tax credit now, which allows you to write off or claim back whatever you paid in the surcharge against your income tax liability. So I'll give you the example. You have a property, all right? So the same example. So let's say let's say I have a property renting for $10,000 a month, $120,000 for the year, right? Work with me here. That's my only source of income. Tax code says that I have to pay on that. Just now, let me get this here. Just now. So on that, I have to pay $4,200 in surcharge, right? Okay. But then I decide I am going to obey the law because the Income Tax Act says that once you earn an income in excess of $90,000, you're supposed to pay taxes. Whether you're working as an employee, you're working for yourself, you're a doubles vendor, you're driving Maxi, you have a little shop, a grocery, a mini mart, you're selling bacon shark, whatever it is. Once you are earning income in excess of 90,000, you're supposed to do a tax return and pay taxes. Most people don't because the government doesn't know how much money they're making, and they could always come and say, well, I ain't making no money. I don't sell much doubles, or I ain't getting, yes, I have a maxi, but most of the day I park up in Citygate because, during certain hours, you don't really have much people traveling and there's so many maxis. So I only do about 4 or 5 trips for the day and not all are filled and all of that, right? So that's the excuse. Okay. So I pay my 4,500 surcharge, but then I decide I'm going to file my tax return. So I file it and I declare I take out my $90,000 personal allowance, and then the balance of the 30,000, right? I will pay $7,500 in tax, assuming I have no deductions. Tax school now says, well, here what? Since you pay 4,200 surcharge, which is the tax on the income that you're earning, the same income we're talking about here, what you could now do, instead of paying the government 7,500 tax because you file your income tax return, the 4,002 that you paid us as the landlord surcharge, minus that from the 7,005, and you will just pay us the difference. So all you're paying us, right, is $3,300 in taxes. So basically you paid no landlord surcharge. You just paid income tax. That's what he's talking about when he says the double taxation. Because if you make me pay 7,005 on my income tax, and then you come and charge me a further 3.5% on the total. So I'm paying 7,500 by so, by 4,002 by so, right? So that's almost $12,000 in taxes I paid. So I'm double paying on the same income. So he says, well, here what? We understand that. So you will write off, so you pay us the 4,002 because they require you to pay quarterly, right? No, because the thing is, and here's why they want the money quarterly. They're not allowing you to wait for a longer period, because in case your tenant move out now, we collect the money up front. So that's done inside, safe. You're going to go through the process now. If it is you want to get back money, you're entitled to a refund, to file an income tax return at the end of the year and wait 2 to 3 years for them to give you back your return. So for all of their big friends, family, and financiers who are commercial landlords, who own malls, and who have buildings being rented out, and they're making all this money, and they now have to come and pay 3.5% surcharge on the income. And they say, but listen, I already pay an income tax on this thing, right? So why are you coming now to charge me just 3.5%? That's not fair. So my business is registered, a limited liability company. It is on BIR's radar. It is on the radar of the Ministry of Legal Affairs, because every year I have to file my annual returns and so on, otherwise I had to pay a penalty. So you all know me, you all know what I do, and I declare it, even though I'm not declaring all, but I'll declare some and hide the rest. So the big friends, family, and financiers probably tell him, hey, tax school, you realize what you do here? You see what you're doing, right? So he comes with this tax credit now, and he makes it seem as if, oh, this is this generous, benevolent government. We are offering a tax credit to benefit the citizens so you wouldn't pay double taxation. Yes, this is your government working for you. And he's saying that for the benefit of members opposite. No, you need to say it for the members on your bench, because the majority of them don't have a clue what you're talking about, have no idea what a tax credit is, and probably is done as the back of your hand. So he has now created a loophole where all of their friends, family, and financiers who are commercial landlords and who will be paying this 3.5%, all they have to do, continue to do what they normally do, pay their taxes, the income tax, and then just write off. So when time comes for them to pay the income tax now, hey, how much we pay there for the on the surcharge? All right. So it says here we're supposed to pay $200,000 in taxes, and we paid what in the surcharge? 50,000. All right, minus that. So we only had to pay 150,000 in taxes, in income tax. So in other words, they paid no surcharge. But this dunce estimated a figure as to how much they think they would be able to get every year from this surcharge, which they will not now get, because the majority of people who will be paying this tax, with the introduction of this tax credit, will just simply come and write it over against their income tax liability. So what they basically did was to use this surcharge as a ruse to be able to fish out people who have rental income and who probably not doing their personal income tax, to force them to come and register by threatening them with a fine of $250,000 and 6 months imprisonment. So people afraid because, hey, I could hide. But suppose one of my tenants go and report me, and then I didn't register and I end up having to pay plenty more, $250,000, and I serve 6 months in prison, forget that. Let me go and register. So now the BIR knows that I have rental property, rental income coming in, and Tanku say, well, here what? We get more money from the income tax than we would have been getting from the surcharge. So you know what? We'll give you back what you pay, and we'll take the income tax. And this man is this country's Minister of Finance. So when I was raising this issue, since October last year when he announced this, apparently it fell on deaf ears, or maybe it didn't, right? But he's smart, he bright, and always doing us this. So he still has to deal with the issue of those persons who do not have an income tax liability. How are they going to claim back for it? Because if you are earning $90,000 or less and the Income Tax Act says you're not supposed to pay a tax on that, how can somebody who is earning income of $90,000 or less, or $90,000 a year, pay no tax? But because I am earning the same $90,000 and my source of income is rental income, I am now having to pay more than what I would pay if it is I was claiming income tax. Because if your income is $90,000, you pay no income tax. So there is no income tax for you to offset what you paid in the surcharge. So those people who are paying the surcharge, but their income is not sufficient to allow them the opportunity to pay income tax and therefore claim back, they are at a disadvantage to those persons who do. So a man might have rental income and he has an 8 to 5, a 8 to 4, and 9 to 5 job, and therefore he could pay his surcharge and then claim it back against the taxes that he would have paid from his 8 to 4 or 9 to 4 job. So he has created a loophole all around for people to get it. So what was the purpose of that? You have them paying it and then they claim it back. That making any sense to you, tax school? It defeats the purpose. So the figure that you are estimating that you could have generated from this, you will not. And even if somebody doesn't have sufficient income to generate a tax liability from which they could write off this surcharge, you know what they could do? So I'm making 90,000 and I want to get around that. You know what I will do? Transfer the property in my son's name, because my son working in the bank, right? And he making over $90,000 for the year in the bank, and he has an income tax liability. So he looking for something else to reduce the amount of taxes that he pays. So the rent income is mine, but I'll put the properties in his name so that he can register as the landlord, and then he will be able to avail himself of the tax credit and write it against his income that he's generating from the bank, but the money coming into my bank account. So the rental money is my money, but I just using my son to be able to avail, because I can't avail myself of the tax credit, so that he could use it and no taxes paid. And brilliant economist tax school don't understand that. So Brian Manning was making the point on Wednesday in his debate. He was saying that because UNC keeps saying the PNM was charging you this fictional made-up annual rental value, they just come and watch your property and say, yes, you could rent that for $5,000 a month. Your property could fetch $3,000 a month. You could fetch $10,000 a month, as the case may be, right? And they keep insisting on that. Their tax is based on the actual income, and it's not the same as what the PNM was doing based on annual rental value. And Brian was making the point. It is the same thing in those circumstances where the homeowner is actually renting the property. So even if they're not renting it at the time that the assessment is done, if they come to do an assessment by me, or they send me a letter stating that my annual rental value as assessed by the state is $60,000 a year, I could rent my property for $5,000. And I say, oh, it's so, but you know what? Let me just build up a little something there and I can live in that, and I can rent out the main house and charge $5,000 and I get an income. What am I paying the tax on? Not the same 60,000. And that is the point Brian was making, that where the property is being rented, annual rental value now becomes annual rental income because you're now receiving the annual rental value in actual income. But these fully dunces that operating as a government on the government bench in the parliament can't fathom that. And all of them laughing, and you have a degree, and how you do think, and the apple fall far from the tree, and your father rolling in the grave, and you're ashamed. All of their parents should be ashamed of the depth of their stupidity. That is what you call UNC logic, better called donkey logic. That they can't understand and fathom that. And I just sit down there and rubbing my head, Lord, how did these people get into office? It defies logic. Or does it? Because our people were upset. Let's see what's the time there. Oh, Lord. Anyway. So I came across another article that I wanted to touch on. There's too many to talk about today. Too many. Some of you all might have missed it because of what the article headline was, but you needed to read the story to understand why I am going with it. Central Bank moves to recover $18.7 million. The Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago has filed a lawsuit in the High Court seeking to recover millions of dollars from a construction company and its two directors over what it alleges is a sophisticated fraud involving a forged government check for $20 million. So the essence of the thing is this company created a fraudulent check for $20 million drawn on the central bank. It looked like for those of you who have ever gotten a government check, you know what it looks like. They were able to copy it. It looked genuine. It looked real. They deposited in the bank. It went to the central bank. The central bank cleared it. They get through. They get the $20 million. They spend out most of it. And it has only now seemingly been discovered. By whom? The Auditor General's Department. How? Ask a silly question, as Peter Minshall once asked 2015 in respect of the operations of the People's Partnership as it pertained to the Point 14 highway. I'll see if I could find that clip one of these days, because I think sometimes we need a back in times here for the benefit of the fully dones. So, as I said, this is a story about a company called NIPAT or something like that, which, so the central bank claims that on September 29, 2023, Vincent, who is one of the owners of the company, went to Republic Bank San Juan branch and deposited a check for $20 million into NIPAT's account. The check was purported to be drawn on the ministry's account as the Ministry of Planning at the central bank and made payable to NIPAT. The check was subsequently processed through, here it is, the electronic check clearing system. That sounds familiar to you all? The electronic check clearing system. After an initial inquiry regarding an endorsement irregularity, Republic Bank represented the instrument and the central bank cleared it, resulting in the $20 million being credited to NIPAT's account. The central bank alleges that nearly a month later, on October 26, 2023, it discovered that the check was fraudulent. According to the claim, officials from the Treasury Division of the Ministry of Finance confirmed that the ministry had never issued the check and was not indebted to NIPAT at the time. The central bank further stated that the signatures appearing on the check were not placed there by the individuals whose names appeared on the instrument and were forgeries. The bank contends that because the check was forged, the signatures were wholly inoperative under the Bills of Exchange Act and conveyed to no legal entitlement to payment. So maybe this company did some work for the government before, they probably get a check, you take a picture of the check, and you could, these days with the technology that we have with AI and all kind of thing, replication is, it's amazing what you could do. Crime has gone to a different level, white collar crime. One of the most significant aspects of the claim were the concerns what happened after the funds were deposited. So let me get to the point that I wanted to highlight. Just now. Yeah. Right. The alleged fraudulent payment occurred just now. Right. This is what I want to go to. The alleged fraud involving two checks for $20 million and $25 million was red flagged by Auditor General Jaywanti Ramdas in a letter to the central bank governor dated January 23, 2026. Who was the governor then? Larry Hawaii, not Alvin Hille. The alleged fraudulent payment occurred during the term of former central bank governor Alvin Hilaire, whose term ended in June of 2025. So 1 year now they bust Hilaire truth. In 2025, a public dispute revealed that the central bank had prevented the Auditor General from auditing its accounts. This is the part I want you all to hear. Hilaire's successor, Larry Hawaii, immediately reversed that decision and granted the Auditor General full access to the bank's systems. As a result, Ramdas was able to uncover the alleged fraud in which 2 fake checks valued at 20 million and 25 million were paid out by the bank. That's the part I wanted to focus on. Larry Hawaii immediately, upon becoming 1 year ago, when he became the central bank governor, reversed the decision of Alvin Hilaire. And we discussed that here before, why Mr. Hilaire would have denied the Auditor General access, because the law states the circumstances under which such access must be granted, but the Auditor General was required to inform the central bank governor and indicate to him if she wasn't coming to do the audit of the system herself, who she was going to be delegating. She needed to send the names and other particulars of those persons who were coming to do that. The Act, the Audit and Exchequer Act, I think Section 10 or something, speaks to that. And Mr. Hilaire was insisting that Ms. Ramdas abide by that. And apparently what was published is that her department did not do that. Didn't follow the procedure, and hence the reason she was denied. But the fully done so talk about that. So it means 1 year ago, Larry Hawaii granted permission to the Auditor General to come to the central bank and audit the electronic check clearing system. And it seems, based on this article, that it was in the process of doing that audit of the electronic check clearing system that she discovered this fraud, where these 2 checks, $20 and $25 million, were issued. See where I'm going with this? So Ms. Ramdas, over the course of the last year, because I'm sure when she went to audit the system, she didn't go to look for this fraud because they knew nothing about it. It was in the process of auditing the electronic check clearing system that this was discovered. What reason did Ms. Ramdas have for auditing the electronic check clearing system? Again, ask a silly question according to Peter Minshall. It was to clear up the claim that Imber thieved $2.6 billion. So we now know, based on this article with certainty, that the Auditor General, who claimed, as Mr. Imbert had indicated, that the error with respect to the $2.6 billion occurred with the electronic check clearing system. Ms. Ramdas wanted to go to the central bank to interrogate that claim to determine whether or not it was in fact so. So based on this article, we now know that that process has been done. Why hasn't Ms. Ramdas put out a statement indicating that she went to the central bank, audited the electronic check clearing system, and has come to a determination in respect to that matter that either Imber thieved $2.6 billion or he didn't steal it? 1 year later, so we know she went to the bank and she did it. She interrogated the system. So she knows for a fact now whether or not Mr. Imber stole 2.6 or he didn't steal it. You know that that was a big issue in the public domain. You still have UNC supporters every opportunity, lock up Imber, 2.6 billion missing. What's going on with that? Well, you're asking the wrong person, because clearly the Auditor General has the answer. The question I am asking is, why has she not come out in the public, or the Ministry of Finance made a statement that the Auditor General went and audited, and we can say Imber stole 2.6 billion or he didn't do it? You see how these people are wicked and deceitful? So that matter dead. They're not prepared to declare. Because if it is Imber stole 2.6 billion, she would have discovered it by now, and Imber would right now would have had a case before the court like David Lee. He has no such case before the court. He is not the subject of any police investigation. So it must mean that she interrogated the system and determined that what Imber said, what caused the $2.6 billion shortfall or understatement, was in fact correct. But because of all the bacchanal and the couture between her and Mr. Imbert, how we go look? The UNCC, Imbert thief, and the PNM thief, and they got into office based on that, among other things. But now you are armed with the information to clear that up once and for all, disabuse the public of that notion. and they come to report on this. Why isn't the media asking, in light of this revelation, why have they not gone to ask the Auditor General, what is the outcome of that? What was the outcome? Because clearly you audited the system. Did Mr. Mbud steal the money or didn't he? But they wouldn't, it's not important. Yeah, that matter there already. The PUNC, you know, we don't need to raise the dead. Right? We don't need to resurrect that matter. The population has moved on. No, they haven't. Because anybody reading the comments on social media would know they have not moved on. And you are now seized of the information to clear that up. And instead, you have said nothing. And this is a public servant who is collecting taxpayers' money every month. Tens of thousands of dollars. She was one of those who got a pay raise when the PNM last year decided to action the recommendations of the Salaries Review Commission. The Auditor General got a nice hefty pay raise too, and she got back pay too. But you are allowing this matter to remain in abeyance in the public space. Because why? You figure if you reveal the truth that you would look bad and the UNC would look bad? You don't have to worry. The UNC supporters, it don't matter what you say, they will still run with that and come up with some concoction to say, well, the PNM infiltrated the Auditor General's office and that's why she's saying that. Or they will just say HYMC, as they usually do. But you see, it didn't need to go that far. And I will remind you all just this statement that Mr. Mbud had put out in 2024, September of 2024, when the Auditor General was supposed to submit the I forget what they call that report, the special report, and which she dug in her heels a little more. But I'll just read this. Madam Speaker, I am authorized by Cabinet to make the following statement on the special report of the Auditor General on the public accounts for the financial year 2023. Following the public statements made by the Auditor General with respect to her original report on the 2023 accounts, her baseless assertion that the Ministry of Finance sought to unethically backdate the original 2023 accounts has been completely refuted. This special report does not assist in any way in clearing up the main issue in contention, which resulted from an overstatement of tax refunds and a subsequent underreporting of net revenue, leading to a $2.6 billion discrepancy in the revenue figures for 2023. The main point of this special report, the expected scope of which was clearly outlined in a letter written by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance to the Auditor General on June 16, 2024, was to clear up that issue of that $2.6 billion. He goes further to say, however, instead of confirming that the $2.6 billion discrepancy had been resolved and there was in fact no missing money, the Auditor General has avoided making any definitive statement on that very important matter in the special report and instead has chosen to make caustic remarks about the staff and systems in the Ministry of Finance. What is particularly disturbing about the Auditor General's approach to this matter is the fact that at the exit meeting, here it is, at the exit meeting on July 22nd, 2024, to complete the process of meetings on the special report, the audit team from the Auditor General's department, which included some of the most senior auditors in that department, openly expressed its satisfaction to the staff of the Ministry of Finance that the adjustment of the $2.6 billion was appropriately accounted for. So the senior auditors who were sent by the Auditor General to the Ministry of Finance to audit, this was after the whole back and forth and whatnot, and she didn't want to, and then she was not, they claimed her department was not accepting correspondence from the ministry, and then would try to reach her and he called her on her private phone number and she don't know how we get her number and all of that bacchanal, and she eventually relented when they threatened to send a pre-action protocol letter or sent a pre-action protocol letter. She relented and sent senior auditors from her department to the Ministry of Finance to do another audit, right? And coming out of that exercise, the auditors, senior, not junior auditors, senior auditors were satisfied with the explanation given by the Ministry of Finance with respect to the accounting for the $2.6 billion. And they say, well, as far as we're concerned, this matter closed, and we are satisfied with the documentation you all present. This is what is what. We don't need to go down to the central bank to interrogate anything. Based on what the documents you all have provided us with here, we good. And we will put that in our report. But the Auditor General say, that is all here, that is not me. That's not all here. So you all tell the ministry that, and I okay. I need to put my finger in the wound And I want proof. So I need to see Jesus' body myself and dig my finger in the wound. I'm not accepting no story, that Mary say she see him and Joe and John say he see him and whoever else say they see him. I'm not accepting that. Unless he come before me and hold up his hands for me to stick my finger in it, I not believe in it. Well, she got the opportunity. They get rid of Hilaire, they bring in Hawaii, the $11.625 million man, right? And he said, come, girl. They get rid of, come, wherever you want, you fix it. Well, I'll show there. You want some water, you want some cranberry juice, something on the rocks? You're good? All right. Yeah, well, fix up now. You like yourself. So she went and she liked herself. And it seems that audit proved what her juniors told her. Right? What her senior auditors, who are her junior, what they told her. Ma'am, we did the audit and there is no there. There's no missing money. Based on what was provided to us, the matter has been cleared up. We don't need to go in. Well, you went. The ball is now in your court, Madam Auditor General. The population wants to know, did Imbert steal $2.6 billion or did he not? Did the explanation that Mr. Imbert gave you in 2024 with respect to the electronic check clearing system, have you audited the system and confirmed that was in fact so? There was no money missing and all of the nastiness that took place and the claims made by UNC supporters against Mr. Imbert and the PNM by extension was untrue and assisted the UNC in getting to office based on a lie that was cleared up since July of 2024, but you decided to dig in your heels. And that one single act contributed to us being where we are today, where this mess, this circus, this band of merry misfits masquerading as a government. Goes on to say, however, the Auditor General in her audit opinion on page 25 did not state that she was satisfied that the error in the public accounts for financial year 2023 was corrected. We view this omission on her part as a continuing campaign of non-cooperation and criticism of public officials in the Ministry of Finance by the Auditor General. On a related matter, I took note of the screaming headlines in the Sunday Express of September 8, 2024, Central Bank denied me access, regarding an affidavit dated September 5, 2024, filed by the Auditor General in the constitutional matter against the Attorney General over the payment of legal fees to her selected attorney, former UNC Attorney General Ananram Logan. Reference in that affidavit was made to extracts from this special report, although on September 5, 2024, the special report had not been laid in the Parliament, and the premature disclosure of its contents, in our view, is a breach of process. So the document with the special report was supposed to come to the Parliament. The minister, he lays it, and then. But for some reason, or somehow, the contents of that report found its way into the public domain before due process was followed. And we've seen it before. Last year, Kamala was quoting verbatim from the Auditor General's report. Even before it was laid in the Parliament, information was being mentioned and spoken about on the UNC's election campaign platform. It is clear to us that the premature publication of that emotionally charged affidavit in that Sunday Express was designed to evoke public sympathy. In that Sunday Express article, the Auditor General claimed that the central bank denied her access to the electronic check clearing system, which negatively impacted her ability to perform a proper audit and check of the system, which led to the understatement of some $2.6 billion in revenue. We fail to see the connection between that alleged denial of access to the central bank's computer systems and the confirmation that the $2.6 billion understatement had been resolved as stated by her audit team on July 22nd, 2024. Since July 22nd, 2024, this matter could have been resolved based on what the senior auditors, so basically the integrity of these auditors was put in doubt when the Auditor General decided that she needs to see the wound and she wants to put her finger in it. When I saw the Sunday Express article, I asked the governor of the central bank for his comments. The governor has informed me that following an email request made on June 24, 2024, by an official in the Auditor General's department to examine the bank's electronic check clearing system and its Go Anywhere platform, it requested official correspondence. This is the central bank, requested official correspondence from the Auditor General with an outline of the scope of the potential engagement. In other words, what you're coming to do. What exactly do you want to do? The central bank also indicated that it was open and willing to meet with the Auditor General on the matter at any mutually convenient time. I am advised that to date, while it has received an outline of the scope of the proposed examination from a subordinate in the Auditor General's department, the bank has not yet received any correspondence from the Auditor General delegating authority to her staff to act on her behalf on this matter, nor has it received a proposed time or date for the earlier requested meeting between the Auditor General and the Governor. As such, the bank was unable to accommodate the request. However, in that regard, the bank has advised me, given the historical relationship between the Auditor General and the bank and the important role of the Auditor General in the conduct of national affairs, the Governor remains open to meeting with and discussing any matter with the Auditor General. The meeting can form the basis for a precise and properly constituted engagement that, while not in the nature of an audit of the accounts of the central bank, could be very informative as regards public sector financial transactions and processes. It is hoped that the Auditor General will follow the established procedures and meet with the Governor of the Central Bank on this matter, or alternatively, delegate authority in writing to the Deputy Auditor General or another suitable staff member to act on her behalf. Why did I stress upon writing? Because the Exchequer and Audit Act specifies that the request must be in writing. That where you are delegating, people can pick up the phone and say, yeah, well, I send in Jenny and I send in Brian. No, we need it in writing. We need to get this information so we know we could only expecting so and so. Not that on the day you said you're sending Brian and Jenny, but on the day Eric and Peter show up and say, well, yeah, we come from the Auditor General Department. Who are you? We don't know you. Yeah, but the Auditor General say, and we can't dispute that because there is nothing in writing from the Auditor General that says that we could pull and say, well, the Auditor General said she was sending Brian and Jenny. We have nothing. She just pick up the and hey, yeah. And Eric and Peter show up on the day. Who are they? We don't know where if they're from. Don't know them from Adam. It goes on. In conclusion, it is the government's view that the special report of the Auditor General and the public accounts of the financial year 2023 only adds fuel to the fire, creates more unnecessary public confusion, and does not satisfactorily address the core issue that arose with the Auditor General's original report on the 2023 accounts, which is a 2.6 billion discrepancy in revenue, which in our view has been comprehensively cleared. So it means that our 2023 audited financials is still in abeyance. It still has a question mark over it. These are the things that these international rating agencies look at when they're trying to rate our country. Right? It's like when you're a company and you're going for a loan, they ask you for your audited financials. So you can see everything up to date. They want to see if you got a qualified report or whatever it is. That's what they want to see. This has not been cleared up. The Auditor General, it appears, based on what this article is saying, got immediate access when Hawaii became central bank governor a year ago, immediate access. And 1 year later, you realize you ain't talking about that. You hear all the mark they come in the parliament to bus. Who got bus route pass under the PNM and who wife get contract to power wash the roof on the Brian Lara Stadium and who wife get contract to build pavement in Woodbrook, all them kind of nonsense. But I bet you, if her audit of the electronic check clearing system had shown that it would even thief $2, we would have heard about it long time. If not from Saddam, we would have heard from Taxco, or the Prime Minister herself would have come to the Parliament to make a statement to announce, yes, it would thief. Or the Attorney General, Mr. 1% talk, would have come to bust that mark because they need any distraction that they could get right now. So it seems as of now, that matter dead. And we may never know the truth unless somebody files a Freedom of Information request on the Auditor General's department asking for her to disclose that information, whether or not she did in fact interrogate the check system, which this article suggests. And what was the outcome with respect to the 2023 accounts? Financial report. And was the $2.6 billion matter cleared up? Why are these people giving me work to do? Why? Right. So 2 other things I need to touch on. Why are you so concerned for Imbut reputation and not the bound 20 million taxpayers check? You really asking me that nonsense? You really asking me that nonsense? I am not concerned about Mr. Imbut's reputation, sir. I am concerned about the integrity of the Auditor General's department, because you, I am sure, was one of those UNC trolls who sought to nail Mr. Imbut to the cross. When you all are talking, the Privy Council say to investigate Imbut, you all accuse Mr. Imbut of stealing 2.6 billion, and now it is that the evidence is showing that no money was missing. Rather than treat with that and call for the Auditor General to clear up that mess, you want to focus on $20 million. Well, the process is in train to get back the $20 million, all right? The central bank contacted as far as I'm concerned, the police are supposed to investigate that to bring charges because that is fraud, but the central bank has instructed Republic Bank to freeze the people's account. So whatever money they have left there, 1-point-something million is now frozen. So the central bank has gotten that, and the difference of the 18 point whatever 6, they're trying to get that, and they've issued this, so the intervention of the court to issue an order for the people to pay back the money with 10% interest per annum. Okay? So I am not concerned about that because the central bank has done what needs to be done to get back the money. Why are you not concerned about the Auditor General doing what she's supposed to do to clear up this mess? Forget Imbut. What idiocy. I can't understand you people, you know. And that's what is wrong with you UNC supporters. You all are the most dangerous. Because if it is, he had stolen the 2.6 billion and there was evidence to support that, you would have been calling for that though. Yes, we want to know. We want to know. Lock up Imbut. Arrest Imbut. But no, the evidence is showing that Imbut did nothing, just as we knew since 2024, July of 2024. You don't want to hear that. Why? Because it shows that UNC and that the party that is the UNC comprises a bunch of liars. As Christopher Columbus says, what? Okay. Let me deal with this other matter quickly. 2 other matters and then I'm going. So we saw last week the Attorney General came and he talked in the Parliament about 1% and yeah. And who they didn't care if he is 1%, 6, 7, or 8, whichever gang you belong to. They want to let you know if you're involved in crime, that Tetron awaits. And of course, we know when they say 1%, who they're talking about. Since that interview that Mario Sabga did with Anthony Bourdain, and he would have spoken about this 1% thing, since then we keep hearing about 1%, 1%. Ansel Roger jump on that and ride that like a rented mule. 1%, 1%, 1%, 1%. So for at least almost 10 years, we in this country knew that whenever you hear mention of the term 1%, we know who you're talking about. The Syrian Lebanese community. When Mrs. Prasad Bissessa referred to Dr. Rowley as a Oreo, she said they have their Oreo now. She was talking about, right? We know the 1%. But all of a sudden, the man who was a corpse in the political cemetery, until Kamala Prasad Bissessa decided during the election to go down to the political cemetery and, engage in some political necromancy to resurrect Mr. Jeremy and to resurrect Kennedy Swarat Singh and others, right? That he is now in the parliament today as the Attorney General. And it seems every time he makes a contribution, it's almost as if he's trying to audition to see if it is that he could give Munilal stiff competition as to who could be the bigger clown. Right? First of all, the man never addresses the speaker. He talking, the speaker sitting so, but you watching down the aisle. Right? The procedure is that you are supposed to address the chair. You're not addressing your colleagues on the government bench. Address the chair. Mr. Speaker, so, and so. But the speaker doesn't tell him anything. He just sit down there and he talking, and he will speak for 45 minutes. And if you look at the speaker, it's probably when he has to say, Mr. Speaker, I beg to so move. That's okay, right? That's trivial. But he comes to starts off his discourse quoting Mario Sabga Aboud verbatim. And then when the S hit the fan and they start to get backlash, the Prime Minister comes to his defense, as she always does, comes to her minister's defense to talk rubbish about well, the 1% doesn't necessarily refer to any particular ethnic group, but perhaps, wealth, standing, and so on. Rubbish. If ever there was an attempt to deceive, playing smart with foolishness, that would be it. The Prime Minister knows full well. Because if she's not sure who the 1% is, all she needs to do is to go and listen to any of Philip Alexander's madman rants on social media. All she needs to do is to go and listen to any of David Nacket's madman rants, or Anil Roberts' ridiculous doubles and coffee, which should really be punching and coffee, or doubles and punching, because that is how he sounds when he speaks. She could listen to any of those and would know. Or she could listen to Ansel Roche, call Ansel Roche and ask him who the 1% is, and he will tell you. So to try and come and hoodwink and talk nonsense about the 1% doesn't refer to a particular ethnic group, better than that Prime Minister. You could fool the fully dunce, but the rest of us, we out here too long. We in town too long, right? We know. So you come with that. So you attack a whole ethnic community. But you see, Mr. Warner used to say, yesterday was yesterday and today is today. And it seems it's the same with this Prime Minister. Yesterday was yesterday and today is today. Because when she was Prime Minister between 2010 to 2015, she loved the Syrian Lebanese community. Oh, yes. So much so that she found no problem in spending hundreds of thousands of taxpayers' dollars to wine and dine that particular ethnic group alone by hosting an event at the Diplomatic Center for them, in which she praised them and, in fact, encouraged the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to emulate the Syrian Lebanese community. Let's see if I find this here. Hold on. So I don't like to misquote people, eh? Yeah. Unlike the government. Why am I not seeing this thing? I know I'm certain I saved this thing. Where is this? Where is it? Just now. 1 second. Just give me 1 second, folks. Let me see. I know I saved this thing, and why am I not seeing it now?
A ceremonial dance steeped in Middle Eastern tradition. But apart from their rich and diverse culture and heritage, Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar says the Syrian Lebanese community have brought from their homelands values this country should emulate.
If every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago were to follow your example, we will have a greater, better, more improved, thriving TNT.
The Prime Minister and her cabinet recognize the contribution of the Syrian Lebanese community have brought from their homelands values this country should emulate.
If every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago were to follow your example, we will have a greater, better, more improved, thriving TNT.
The Prime Minister and her cabinet recognize the contribution of the Syrian Lebanese community on Thursday. She said the story of their success and struggle of their ancestors should serve as an inspiration to this country.
The businesses you have built now stand among the largest and most profitable in our region. Your contributions to medicine, to law, to social work, to community development, these also have been and continue to be very significant.
The community can celebrate a number of achievements today because of the sacrifices made by their ancestors decades ago.
Because of the sacrifices made by their ancestors decades ago. That's the based in 2012. That was just say. That is what is responsible for their success. Not that they're selling drugs, not that they were being favored by the banks to receive hundreds of millions, well, not hundreds, but millions of US dollars to be able to fund their illicit activities. And she talked about the businesses that they built and the this and the that and all of these things. Right? Now we're hearing that they were responsible for the cartel, the Forex cartel, sending money abroad and funding drug operations and all of that. But that wasn't being said in 2012, right? You ain't hear none of that there. I draw to the attention again of the fully dons, the UNC trolls. All they could say what all they want about Rowley. All we hearing last week about the PNM owners and the PNM handlers and who own the PNM and who own the PNM. I would remind you all, what I just played there for you was from an event, a gala event, black tie event that the Prime Minister hosted for the Syrian Lebanese community at the Diplomatic Center in 2012 at taxpayers' expense. When you look around, look at the video and you look around the room, the only people you see in there that looking like me, right, are the people who the Prime Minister's security detail. Okay? So it's not to say where we had them, they invite everybody and whatnot, and this one and that one. Take a look at the video. Go and look for it, and you will see. The majority of people inside here, Syrian, Lebanese, Prime Minister, and whoever else one. Right? Keith Rowley is 10 years as Prime Minister. They're telling you, the Syrian Lebanese community, the 1% own the PNM. But Keith Rowley never spent taxpayers' money in the 10 years he was Prime Minister to host any gala event for the Syrian Lebanese community. They had events at the Prime Minister's Residence and Diplomatic Center for Eid, for Diwali, for Emancipation, for Christmas. Never did they under the PNM in 10 years have a single event like what I just played there for you. So Rowley and the PNM, who's supposed to be owned by the PNM, apparently they weren't very nice to their owners. But Kamala Persad-Bissessar, who was not owned by the UNC, by the 1%, she was very generous to them. Isn't that interesting? Keith Rowley never gave lands to the so-called 1%, prime real estate in Chagaramas to his owners, the 1%. In fact, when he became Prime Minister, all of the leases for the prime real estate that was given to them by this lady who you just heard praising them there and encouraging you, the citizens of this country, telling you that if you were to follow their example, Trinidad and Tobago would be a much brighter and better and all of that. Which example should we follow, ma'am? Dealing in drugs? Because you say follow the example, and now you're all saying that that's what they're doing. They involve in crime and Tetron awaits. So which example should we follow? Finding a way to form a forex cartel so the banks can give us money so that we could engage in drug running and other illicit activities? Is that the example we should follow? I just asking the question. Which example should we follow? Help us. Change the tune. Yesterday was yesterday and today is today. All the leases that your government gave to them in Chagaramas, the Keith Rowley government took them to court, challenged every one of them in court. Is that what you do to people who are your owners and your handlers? That's how you operate with them? PNM looking for licks. They want to get strung up. Yeah, that's massa. You want to get strung up and a few lashes across your back like Kunta Kinte? That's not what you do when your owners are 1%. I will remind Mrs. Persad-Bissessar again that it was the People's National Movement, started under Patrick Manning, who built the waterfront and the government campus with the explicit intent to move government ministries and departments out of rental accommodation owned by the so-called 1% and move them into state-owned premises to take rental income out of the pockets of the so-called 1% and keep it within the remit of the state to benefit the citizens of this country. When you came into office in 2010 as Prime Minister, you and your government left government campus empty. It was almost complete. It just needed to be outfitted. You left it empty for 5 years, 3 months, and 14 days while you continue to pay millions of dollars in rent, while you continue to renew leases for premises that were owned by the same 1% who today all they want to cuss and bad talk. They benefited handsomely from your government to the renewal of these notices, of these leases. I saw the article, 1 Alexandra Street, that contentious building that all they say the PNM rent Paris, and how much money, how much millions Paris get in rent, and all they beat that like a steel pan to get back into office. It didn't help you, but all they beat it. But the government leases run for 3 years. The People's National Movement would have initiated that lease in December of 2009. So that lease expired in November or December of 2012. But when the former administration came in 2015, guess what? They found a lease that would have expired in November of 2016. Right? Which means that it was your government that renewed the lease. You all complained bitterly. You had the opportunity to end the lease on 1 Alexandra Street in November or December of 2012. You didn't do that. You all renewed the lease for another 3 years and then want to blame the PNM for how much money Faris get and how much money Faris get. Spent $1 million a year on security for a building that was unoccupied and want to blame the PNM for that stupidity? No, that is on you. In 2012 of December, when you all were looking for another building to house the CPO's office and wrote to the same Zaman Enterprises to ask them if the building next door to 1 Alexandra was available, number 3 Alexandra Street, which is where the CPO's office is today. You all wrote to Zaman, owners of number 1 Alexandra Street, to ask them, hey, that building available, we're looking for a spot and that will be ideal. And they tell you, yes. But like somebody whisper in your ears, or Munilal ears, who was the line minister then, how that will look? Well, you have the number 1 empty, nothing doing with it, but you're going and rent number 3, owned by the same Faris family to pay them rent, and you're renting number 3, but number 1 empty. How that making sense? You know what I could do to all you? Hey, that making sense, you know? Yeah, all right, forget that. So what you did? You went and rent space in a building in Barataria, 12th Avenue in Barataria. And the same thing. Leased the building, did absolutely nothing. And for 3 years plus, spent $56 million in total in rent for a building that you never used, never occupied, and gave $56 million in rent, again, to the 1%. The PNM didn't do that. You did that. Your government did that, not the PNM that you say is owned by the 1%. So who really owned by the 1%? Because it seems to me the 1% benefited more from you and your government than they did from the PNM. Because all the buildings that the PNM continue to build started under Manning, and those started under Keith Rowley, that today construction has stopped and you continue to pay rent to the same 1%. When you could have finished those buildings because they were just about a year, it could have been finished and getting ready to move in. You continue to pay rent and renew leases to the same 1% that are they threatening with Tetron. Are they serious? Are we supposed to buy that BS? Of course, you could sell that loo to the fully duns. They will buy anything you sell. Right? You could come and tell them, hey, look, I have a lease here for Buckingham Palace. I'm selling it for $2. And they will line up to buy it from you. PNM, we don't do that. Right? Our supporters are a little brighter than that. Well, much brighter than that. Ours are not the supporters. Everything good, everything good. Actually, now, we had to support the Prime Minister. You know what they're debating? The bill. And? Yeah. But last year, November, when you all launched your National Revitalization Program and you had invite everybody, Tom, Dick, Harry, Jenny, and Jane, and the dog to come up to the diplomatic center. Not the average citizen, right? No, they ain't good enough. They have no money. They will read about that. We have not even been treated the courtesy of being able to see whether it is you use TTT. Yeah, you could use TTT or instead of using it only as a sounding board for UNC propaganda. Use it for something useful now, right? I'm sure you all recorded the whole presentation that Jolene John did multiple times. So you could take a little time slot and treat the population. Then let us see what exactly this is about. Should not be running on YouTube to look for it. Put public monies to use instead of paying a set of duncy head influencers. Well, not even influencers, social media personalities, right? To come on radio and talk a pack of rubbish, pushing all their nonsensical propaganda, right? I say that with I have no remorse for saying that, calling them dunces, because that's exactly what they are. Listening to the discourse, the quality or the lack thereof of discourse that is on 91.1, it's embarrassing. Right? So I make no apologies for saying that. So check yourself, right? And see who really is owned, who has been of more benefit to the 1%. And if you check it and you're honest with yourself, you'll see it's not the PNM. Okay? Last thing I wanted to treat with. So Mr. Munilal came to the parliament on Friday and made an announcement that, so let me see if I get this here. At Venezuela, the Venezuelan government has handed Shell a license for the Loran field, the Loran gas field, some 1.7 trillion cubic feet of gas. The Loran field is actually about 7 trillion cubic feet of gas, right? That is part of the Loran Manatee gas field, and as we know, the Loran side, which belongs to Venezuela, is the bigger side, and it has, let me see if I get this right. So the Loran Manatee gas field is a massive cross-border natural gas reservoir holding an estimated 10.04 trillion cubic feet of gas reserves, straddling the maritime boundary between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela. The Venezuelan portion is called Loran, approximately 73% of the field, and the Trinidadian side is known as Manatee, approximately 27% of the field, right? So we're looking at Loran is about 7.3 trillion cubic feet of gas. However, we have received a license for only 1.7 trillion. Munilal come in. They clap like some circus seals. Hey, we got you. See, let's say everything. Persona non grata. Oh, let's say nothing happening, and we can't talk to Venezuela, but look, we come. No, we don't know we. You have French mice in your pocket? We didn't do anything. The government of Trinidad and Tobago did nothing. Shell did that. Shell has been negotiating with the Venezuelan government, but no involvement from the government of Trinidad and Tobago, simply to provide you all with some updates to let you know that this is what is happening, perhaps in your capacity as a shareholder in Atlantic LNG, which is where the gas would be processed. But we know that under Stuart Young and Keith Rowley, there was active negotiations taking place between the government of Trinidad and Tobago, not Shell, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and the government of Venezuela. Not for 1.7 trillion cubic feet, but all 7.3. Right? And that, to the best of my recollection, agreement had been reached. But then, when there was a change of government up north, on or about 2016, 2017 thereabout, and sanctions were placed on Venezuela, the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the government of Venezuela were unable to consummate that agreement, that arrangement, and as such, that project ended up laying in abeyance for years. Until Stuart Young became the Minister of Energy, right? Because when the first negotiations took place, it was under Franklin Kahn as Minister of Energy. And when Stuart Young became the Minister of Energy, and because of all of the shuttle work, as Dr. Rowley refers to it, that he did, Port of Spain, Washington, Caracas, right? We know. They were able to reach an arrangement, an agreement with Venezuela to decouple or delink Loran and Manatee. And as he always makes the point, that was unprecedented. Nowhere else in the world where you have shared gas fields, right? That type of delinking takes place because of the potential risk that exists. Because you run the risk that if you have that delinking, that one side is probably going to be tapping the reserves or the gas veins of the other side. And that could cause bacchanal, because it's not like, as I keep saying whenever I talk about that field, it's not like the Venezuelan gas hissing in Spanish and the Trinidad and Tobago gas hissing in English, right? So you say, well, all right, hey, listen carefully here. Only extract the gas that talking English, right? With a Trini accent. If you hear anything saying, hola, como te llamas, leave that there. That is Venezuela. You can't do that. There's no way to do that. So they came up with whatever agreement, and Stuart was able to negotiate with Venezuela, and they granted us that license to be able to process Manatee. Now, Shell, because of what was done up north and the Venezuelan energy sector is now opened up, Shell no longer needs the government of Trinidad and Tobago as they did prior to the coming into office of up north. right? Up until that time, they were wholly dependent on Trinidad and Tobago, wholly dependent on Stuart Young, and by extension, Keith Rowley and the government of the PNM to be able to use that diplomatic leverage to get into the negotiating room in Miraflores Palace to get through with that. Now, they don't need that. Shell now has direct access to Miraflores. So they can go and sit down. They don't even need to call Trinidad and say, well, hey, we have our meeting today. They don't have to do that. They're negotiating for themselves. The gas will come to Trinidad and Tobago to be processed at Atlantic LNG, and by virtue of the fact that we have a shareholding in Atlantic LNG, again, thanks to Stuart Young and the PNM, Keith Rowley, for renegotiating that, right? That whole arrangement that we are now able to benefit in that regard. But what we stood to benefit under the PNM and that arrangement would have been far more lucrative for us than what currently obtains, because they were talking profit sharing and production sharing. As far as we know, there is no such discussions, at least not involving the government of Trinidad and Tobago. So this is between Shell and Venezuela. Shell will invest their money. They'll take their final investment decision. They will spend their money. They will set up the infrastructure. They will bring the gas from the field to Atlantic LNG. They will process it, and whatever Trinidad and Tobago that 10% is valued at, we will get. But the royalties and the taxes and so on, which should have been shared between Trinidad and Tobago under what was negotiated under Stuart Young and so on, that money, according to Kevin Ramnarine, will now go entirely to Venezuela. All right? So all who want to clap like circus says, yeah, we get through, yes, UNC, we get through with Loran. We hearing about Loran. We're going with Dragon. We're going with Dragon. We're still waiting to hear. So imagine they get a license for Loran before they get a license for Dragon. And Dragon was the more pressing one. So we still wait. Who knows? Maybe you might hear something. He might come, Munla might come tomorrow and announce that. I don't know. But we wait. I don't hold out hope, but wonders never cease. Shell and BP continue to work hard to secure their interests. They want to try and see as much as they could get in terms of the other fields, which Trinidad and Tobago had no involvement in, but we could have had based on the relationship that we had with Venezuela and the Venezuelan government. And while the president of Venezuela now, I not say no acting, while she tried flying all over the world, thousands and thousands of kilometers away from Venezuela. Meanwhile, Trinidad and Tobago is just about 7 kilometers across the pond. She ain't coming here. She not even engaging in a Zoom meeting. But Mundilal will come in the parliament and talk about gone are the days when he needed to be PNM and small pen and like to talk about, they in the boardrooms of the decision makers. But today, with the technology, you could be in the boardroom while sitting in your home or in your office on the computer. You have technology, we have Zoom and so on, so you don't need to hop a plane. And they were earning and racking up travel miles and going there. Yes, we have technology, but nothing beats, as they say, touching hands. That is why when we campaign in for election, we don't say, well, we will have Zoom meetings, right? We will have a Zoom town hall and invite the constituents to come on so that the candidate could talk to them. No, with all the technology we have, that is why we don our sneakers and party colors, and evening after evening, day after day, you're walking throughout the constituency to meet people and shake hand and kiss baby, because that matters. That carries weight. It has benefit. You could read body language. All of these little things you could do. But they don't even have the access to that technology to even speak to Delcy on the phone or via a Zoom call. She don't want to hear nothing from persona non grata. So, is it good? It is. It is. I'm not disputing that. None of us disputing that. All right? But it is not as good as what could have been if things had gone differently at the polls, both here and up north. So they could come in with the song and dance and sing and do whatever they want and say whatever it is they want, and how they've made this great achievement and is a breakthrough. At the end of the day, you get you get something. You wanted 7.3, you get 1.7. Why is that? And what role did you play? When is this delegation, this diplomatic delegation that the Prime Minister told us about, when will they be going to Venezuela? Anytime soon? No. But Sobers want to come in the parliament to cuss out Stuart and tell Stuart this and get on like if Stuart is his child. So we will see what will come from this 1.7 trillion. It will help, certainly. Every little drop in the bucket will help. All right? Because right now we have what, 2.something trillion QFP, so yeah. Kudos all around. But as I heard Stuart say in the parliament, thanks to, while they want to, they also always want to try and insult him and make fun about the picture that he presented with him and Delcy, that it was AI and is the fake selfie and so on. And as he told them, he say, you all better say thanks for that selfie. So when they accused, Monilal accused Stuart of going to Venezuela to try and sabotage Trinidad and Tobago's best interest. Far from it. I just go in based on what Stuart said. I've had no conversations with him, but he said it on public TV on Friday. Yeah. When he said, you're welcome for that selfie. So just remember, unlike persona non grata and unlike Rudal Monilal, and they come, oh, we didn't have to go and do no conga line. And Rowley and Stuart had to go and do conga line. Yeah, well, conga line would have gotten us 7.3. You get us 1.7, which is still good. Not great, but it's still good. Right? So, Stuart is still respected by Delcy, and he's still respected by the heads of BP and Shell and other energy companies. These heads with whom he is on a first name basis. Okay? And he didn't do that based on Zoom. That is why they will call him and invite him to international energy conferences still, even though he's no longer Minister of Energy, even though he's not the Prime Minister and he's just a member of the opposition. They still respect him enough to call him for that. So I don't know what role he might have played in securing that 1.7 trillion, but Stuart, and on behalf of the citizens, we tell you thank you. All right? You always told us during the election, you will fight for Trinidad and Tobago. And you don't need to be in government to do that. And he is showing you that he could do it from the opposition bench. Okay? So to all the UNC trolls, yeah, PNM isn't as useless as you all try to make us out to be. Let's see what they're saying here. Wayne Gibson says class is class. Exactly. Stuart in a class of his own. They could say what they want. Say what they want. Bachelor is saying it must be hard trying to defend your peers in parliament. No, it's actually quite easy. That is linked to corruption when you are trying to be an honest man. Tell me one politician who is linked to corruption in the parliament today on the opposition bench. You tell me one, Bachelor. One. That I have to defend. You tell me what corruption they involved in. You like to come with these outlandish, foolish statements. Meanwhile, the government that you support has a man sitting on the government side who is a minister on $1 million bill for fraud, for a $1.4 million fraud. And you come and tell me that nonsense? You have a minister of public utilities who is still under police investigation, right? For a variety of things. Receiving millions of dollars in contracts. He and his family member. You have a minister of energy who is the subject of a civil suit where he's accused of engaging in bid rigging, bribery, corruption. You will never come here and talk about, and you trying to defend them? You have a minister who is also accused, based whose name was mentioned in a report from the US State Department, of being involved in human trafficking and prostitution, and instead they are minister of government receiving over almost $100,000 a month. You defending them and coming to tell me nonsense about it must be hard for me to defend my colleagues? It is not hard because there's nothing for me to defend them against. All you have is conjecture and lies. Nothing you could accuse them of. Show me any of my colleagues who are before the court. Any of my colleagues who are under police investigation. Not one. But you want to defend a whole bunch of them who are either before the court or subject of police investigation. It must be difficult for you. No, it's not difficult. It's very easy for you to defend them because birds of a feather flock together. And all of you all are part of a brotherhood of wrongdoing. Brotherhood of wrongdoers. You just as bad as them. In fact, you're worse because your polder is worse than the thief. Brian.
Good evening to you, Dominic.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to your listeners, over 850 of them on YouTube. Dominic, I have a job for you.
Yes, sir.
And that job is to kindly let us know, all of your listeners, what is going to happen when they have the broad, which is the VAT employee.
Right.
Because when a government minister take a picture of a government, of an employee under the hand of the speaker, and he says, and he passes by, Dominic, I am faithful for that employee.
Yep.
And I am being honest with you. I put myself in his position of a minister taking a picture of me. For what reason?
Yes.
Was I to ask the minister, will you take a picture of me for? Why do you? What is your problem? What is your issue? I'm doing my job. Why are you taking a picture of me? And I have a concern for employees of the broadcasting personnel there in the parliament, that a minister is allowed to take a picture of an employee. For what reason? I am concerned about that employee or those employees, whoever they may be. Yes, and I am concerned because when you read out the names of the committee, I am feeling a sense of disdain and a sense of hopelessness for this employee. I hope I am wrong. I hope for his sake, and for God's sake, I am wrong. And this goes nowhere because he's doing his job. And when this minister, who seems to be able to say anything and do anything that he wants, and makes certain statements in public, and nobody is questioning his credentials as to why he was it, or whether he would retract some of his statements vis-a-vis racism. What you want to ask Mr. Marcel, the MP for Laventille West, if he will retract his statements, which I fully support. I want to repeat, which I fully support. You're asking him, that minister, to retract his statements. But the MP for Laventille West to retract his, if he will retract his, I have a concern about that. A serious concern. Very, very serious concern. Because if this MP is looking out for his constituents and is making promises to them, what is wrong with that? Why are you asking him to retract his statement when it is being said time and time again? For example, your name is a name of a slave master name. Slave master and black man. I didn't see anybody asking them to retract their statement. Because your connotations and your response is not only to that particular MP, but to all of us who may have names like Smith and so on. So what are you saying to us, to we people who have certain names. What are you saying to us? Anybody ask that individual to retract the statement on saying slave master? You have a slave master name? Really? I ain't saying that, but you want to ask MP Marcel to retract, if he's going to retract his statement, and he says no, and I support him 110%. With respect to Lauren Manatee, I want to say this. This government has done absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing as far as those fields are concerned. They have done nothing. They are waiting for Shell and BP. Thank God Dr. Rowley and Stuart Young was able to manipulate that 10% for the trains in Atlantic LNG. Otherwise, you would have gotten nothing. When the gas passes through Atlantic LNG, you would have gotten absolutely nothing. But the government will get 10% and only 10% because of what Stuart Young and Dr. Rowley did with their negotiations on behalf of the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Otherwise, you would have gotten nothing. And for them to come and applaud and say that, oh, we go get 1.7 trillion. Hey, here what going on? That is nothing compared to what is in those fields. Absolutely nothing. They have done nothing. And if that is all we getting, but then we really ain't getting nothing. Because they have 2.7 trillion scoops of gas in Manatee and 7.3 trillion scoops of gas in Lauren. All negotiated by Shell. All negotiated. And then we would now have to go and renegotiate with Shell. We have nothing more to get out of that. There's no royalty to get. There's nothing to get out of it. And I am waiting to see what charges will be put upon the downstream industries when they have to get the gas for their plants to run. I am waiting because it has already been upscaled already by this waste of time chairman of the board of NGC. This waste of time fella. But I wait to see what is going to happen when they now have to get gas from Shell. What is going to happen and what will be the price? I wait with bated breath. Dominic, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Jenny.
Hey, good afternoon, Nancy Domain.
Hi.
Good afternoon, all the callers and those who are listening to Fastest about it. Domain, this UNC government fired 10,500 seeker circles. Some of the most vulnerable people and the economic scale, they fired thousands of URP workers, reforestation workers, and contracted workers. Amounting to about 40,000 to 50,000. I'm telling the public officer in the parliament, if it is true that his 50-year-old statement, he should be concerned about his job tenure. The UNC has shown that they are very vindictive and they rule things now and they will treat the things the way they see fit, which is not always in the interest of all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. With regards to the union of Felicia Thomas, because PSA and public officers. So the clerks and they down at the parliament down there, they are public officers. Like, they may not be members of PSA, but PSA is the union that represents public officers. Do not expect Felicia Thomas to say anything on that because she is an employer. She sits to the government. She's on a board of directors for the government. She's being paid by the government. So himself cannot sit down and discipline itself. So she won't have anything really to say in the sense of that officer, God forbid that officer has threatened or anything like that. And for the other union members who are in the parliament, they too will not say anything because they are now the employers. And the same employers who they reserved and they hated, the same employers they used to call the bourgeoisie of Trinidad and Tobago. And when the bourgeoisie eating nice and drinking nice, the peasants, the workers, they eating only getting crumbs. They have become the same thing that they pretended to hate. So you won't hear anything from Mr. Elder, who is not MP. You won't hear nothing from Mr. Kizar or Sidar, who is not MP. You ain't going to hear nothing from Felicia Thomas, who now sits on a board of directors for the government and our government institution. So you know what, we are left here now, having to seek and fight for ourselves, and thank God for the fight that the PNM is taking up with my member of Parliament, with Ms. Marvin Gonzalez, the leader of opposition, Ms. Camille Robinson, it is yourself, Dominic Romain, and the others who are fighting because without that we have no voice. But it's so important that the PNM has a strong leadership in opposition, because that will dictate the way that things go. Because 30 men or women you all have, while the UNC has so much 25. This is not time for aims and small talk. This is time for action, and we're looking for leadership. We're looking for direction. And once we see the direction again, the leadership again, we will shut up with boots and we'll be out here. In the meantime, we will continue fighting the best so we know how. But this way, I will not put it past this government to threaten with his job. I'm not talking physically, with his job. His job may come under question because we are what they did what they did to contracted workers. So do not be surprised if that happens. And I hope that gentleman, that guy, has good guidance, that he has secure good lawyers trained in industrial relations, because anything coming out from that, where his job tenure is threatened, it is illegal. Yeah? So I look on and I thank you all for yours. And stand up and keep defending, because you're the first now. People's blood is boiling. The youth, as my member of parliament said, the young people want answers. They are impatient. Their blood boiling. They're looking for something, and they definitely not seen it on the UNC side. And these millennials, they are not like we, some children at the 60s and children at the 60s or the 70s. It's fun, They have technology which has blown up all over the world. Social media at their disposal. They could search anything at their disposal. They're not the ones to sit down and say, put your finger on it, don't say nothing, or just turn the other cheek. Don't ask no question. No, they're asking, and they're out there, and they want answers, and they deserve to get answers. The PNM has to stand there. They have to treat these things. And what I'm seeing now, if it wasn't for the little pocket of resistance by the names I would have called and others, we will be very busy in a really ticklish position, because and this is my position here now, and my opinion I think here now. I have not seen that type of leadership from the opposition leader. So if you have a blessed week ahead, and all those who are locked on have a blessed week ahead also. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. I will just say this before I go. How this government operates, right? For all you know, the young man in contract, next thing your contract is not renewed, and that's that. No, it had nothing to do with that incident. It's just, yeah, your contract not renewed. No, you could do. They're dirty like that. And as I say, Omari Hines has joined the chat. Yeah, all you good with. I wish they could maybe dissect the brain of a UNC supporter to help us to understand how you all think. I mean, the level of hypocrisy that comes from you guys is amazing. Amazing. Just no ending with you all. Omari, stop coming and trying to annoy the people in the chat. I've seen people want to cuss you out and all kind of thing. Oh gosh. Week after week you come here. Yeah, we know you're addicted. But I keep asking you the question. You could tell us what is taking place on the San Fernando waterfront. the project that the PNM was working on that the UNC stopped and nothing is happening there now. Is something happening there? Tell us now. Since the PNM do nothing for South, they were doing something for South which the UNC stopped. What has the UNC done to replace that? All the jobs that that project was supposed to generate for South people, that the UNC stopped. Anything happening? No, but you're coming to come and read up and defend that waste that time government. Well, they come, they bring Miss Alnur or whatever it is her name the other day, and they walk there for 15 minutes and then she leave, and nothing else. Nothing. Waste that time. Let's see who else is there. Omari Hans is saying, how do PNM people think? Kareem says, BTM needs help. PNM should have helped them. Well, let's see. You from South. So again, you're probably one of those who's never been to BTM. All you know about BTM is what you've heard. You probably pass by, maybe, I don't know, you travel to Port of Spain, you take a maxi, you pass on the bus route, and you see and you figure, you know what BTM is like. Okay? Kareem is a product of BTM. I know other people who are products, and you'll always like to cite BTM and CLOTS. I told you I had a similar perception of CLOTS based on what I heard, because I'd never been there before. And when I was still at 91.9, one day Bruce had to go for something in the back there, and he asked me to give him a lift. We had just finished our shift, and I said, no problem. And I was amazed when I drove in the back there, and I see the type of houses and businesses in the back. I could not believe, I didn't know these things existed there, right? Presented a fresh perspective. So I have been to Morva, I've been to Laventille, and I keep saying, I know that there are people living in Morva and Laventille who house probably twice the size of Omari house, right? But he wanted to come and watch the old BTM, needed help, and why the PNM didn't help. You know the PNM didn't help? When the PNM was offering opportunities, the minister offered a lot of the people, you have people who live on the BTM who are vendors on Charlotte Street, Henry Street, Frederick Street. When the East Port of Spain Development Company was offering these people, when they set aside $3 million, they were offering these people $20,000 each to expand their businesses, to start businesses. When they were offering them rent-free spaces in New City Mall, Eastside Plaza, so that they could set up their business, come off the street. Or if they wanted to keep their business on the street and probably set up a second outlet in these malls. Where were you, Omari? Where were you to praise the PNM for that? When Corbyn put aside $20 million, Omari, to create 1,000 entrepreneurs across the country. And they didn't say it's for PNM people alone. Again, giving grants, a grant, not a loan, of $20,000, and you were getting technical support. So they were holding your hand, they're giving you the money, but they're holding your hand and guiding you to start your business and guiding you through your business because they don't want your business to fail. Okay? Because if your business succeeds, then you could hire other people and you could bring them on board as well. Where were you, Omari, when these things were taking place? Again, I asked the question. When the PNM opened that institute there, Technology Institute, by where the old Rombon used to be, was to benefit just across the road from the same BTM, just same across the road there. PNM did that. Where were you, Omari? When the PNM put the swimming pool in Laventille and they put the swimming pool in Morva, right, to be able to benefit the residents of the area so that you could teach the young ones to swim, so that we could have had future George Bovels and future Siobhan Croppers and all of these others and Dylan Carter and all of these people, because their parents probably couldn't afford to send them to swimming classes, so they were getting it free there. And they were providing facilities there as well for the aged, the mature people, the retirees, so that they could go and have their aqua aerobics and all of these different things. When the PNM invested that money, you know what the UNC said? You know what they're doing that for? That is just a rule so that they could provide funding for the criminal element to give to the gangsters and them. You all didn't see the benefits to the community of these facilities. It's a bad talk it. When it is Dr. Rowley created the committee that was led by Anthony Watkins and Hans Devines and others, and he sent them into Laventille and into BTM and so on to talk to the young people there and to talk to the residents to find out what are their needs, what are their issues, what can the government do to be able to assist them to improve their circumstance. And coming out of that, Dr. Rowley made a commitment publicly to invest $100 million in that community. You know what you UNC supporters say? they're going to take the 100 million and they're going to give the gangsters and them. They're just saying that, but that is to feed the criminal element. That is what you all said. That is what you all said. You didn't see the benefit that could come from there. But now come and ask what the PNM do and why they didn't help them. But when they tried to help them, when the PNM said, we are going to develop East Port of Spain, all the way from George Street and Duncan Street, all the way up to Pashley Street in Laventille, and they wanted to improve the living conditions of the people there, which included Beetham and all of that. What happened? You know what the UNC tell them? And the Roberts come out, doubles and coffee and hold up a document saying this is the report and the study that was done. And don't listen to them. They're just telling all that they want to improve, but they really just want to move you all out so that they could give your land to the 1%. That is the stupidity that you all engaged in and told these people do not work with the government for their own betterment to improve East Port of Spain. You all did it when Mr. Manning attempted to do the same thing. They went and they get UNC, Ramesh Maharaj and them who come and tell the people, hey, don't sell. Right? Make sure nothing less than $1 million for your property. Some of these people owing thousands and thousands of dollars in rent. Mr. Manning said we will tear down those buildings because they are dilapidated. They need to be done over and give the people better living conditions. UNC supporters, you all tell them, no, don't think. They're just telling all that to move all out so that they could tear down and build high rises for the 1%. All that stupid talk. Instead of you all encourage the people to embrace the opportunity. Because everything the PNM tried to do to help these people in Beetham and Silas and all the other PNM communities that you all wash your dirty mouths on, you all always looked at it with suspicion and contempt. Because you know that once the PNM had been successful in implementing any of these projects, the UNC could never come back and chain up these young people's minds. Because you all just wanted to get back into power and sabotage anything that the PNM wanted to do to help these people. There was never any support for anything. So don't come now and try and play trying to tell me what the PNM did. You didn't care when the PNM was trying to help them. Because a lot of these young people on the Beetham and stuff who have nothing to do now and who sit down home twiddling their thumbs were employed, well not employed, but they were enrolled in all of these programs that the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service was offering them. There were almost 50 programs that Foster Cummings and the PNM cabinet created for them. And those who embraced it and who learned skills and who were just on the cusp of graduating until this government came into power and canceled all of those. And still, 1 year later, these young people sit down waiting, wondering if they will bring back these programs. All that they learned, all they're missing is a certificate to be able to say, I'm qualified in this. And they weren't able to get that. And you will come and talk this stupidness rather than you come and talk to your government and tell them do something about that. All the young people who went through the Youth and Agriculture Homestead program, who went through the course of 2-year study, anticipating they would get the $20,000 seed money, the 2 acres of land, the starter home, and their farmer's license, right? Nothing. You want to know what else? Talking about what the PNM never do nothing for black people and they do nothing for poor people? You know how many people in my constituency and other constituencies, Omari, living in shacks that are about to fall down? And all of them, many of them, I should say, would have applied for the HVIP, you know, the Home and Village Improvement Program, where the People's National Movement set aside $200,000 each to build a proper concrete structure for these people with indoor plumbing and electricity and everything so that they wouldn't have to run outside during the night when they need to use the toilet in a latrine with just 3 pieces of galvanized and a piece of old cloth blocking. You know how many people benefited in my constituency from that and others? And those who were in line, who applied and were approved and were just waiting. And this government came into office and canceled that program. And these people still living in squalor, in these shacks, that any day now, if a good breeze blow, it could fall down. But if the PNM was still in office, many of them, their homes would have probably been almost complete by now. 200,000. The PNM increased it from 150,000 to 200,000. Bring your equity labor, your sweat equity. If you could get friends and family members who good at masonry and so on, and they're willing to come and help, bring them. So the money that would have been spent on labor, we could use that to improve the home that we're giving you. Instead of 2 rooms, you could probably get 3 bedrooms or something like that. Or we could do a little something, tile the floor or something of that sort. The PNM did that. Where is that program today? Non-existent. Where are the people who were supposed to be the beneficiaries, who the PNM approved and were supposed to have their homes built or being built? Where are those people today? In abeyance. Just like the hundreds of young people who were left out in the cold by this government after they canceled all these programs, got rid of the ministry, got rid of the programs. And I draw to your attention, they weren't just learning, they were also getting a stipend. right? A little something. So if they were living in a household where the mommy or daddy working CPEP, that little extra money that they were getting as a stipend could assist in something. No, none of that. None of that. And while all they want to wash all them out on CPEP and URP, and that's all PNM was offering their supporters. Really? But even if that's all the PNM was offering the supporters, it is still better than what they've gotten now, or what they have now, or got from the UNC. Nothing. All they got was their jobs taken away from them. And now all of them looking for work. Plenty of them regret voting for the UNC. Right? And as I mentioned earlier, some of these women who at least were receiving their 2,000 something for the month and they had a food card. So in aggregate, a little $2,500, $2,600, it could do something. They didn't have to go and sell their bodies then. So all these women who in the last year have turned prostitutes is not because of what the PNM did, my friend. That is because of the government that you support and defend. That is what they did, and they put them in this position. And so when these ministers have money, meeting money every month, they enjoying the new salaries that the PNM accepted but never benefited from, because our ministers didn't benefit from the new salaries. The UNC ministers enjoying it. They didn't want it. They have money, meeting money every month, and these women are out there prostituting themselves. What example they set in for the children when they should be at home in the night, assisting the children in their schoolwork? And what they had to do, they had to dress up and go outside there and look fit. And these dirty men who happy to take advantage of them and just get them a small money. But how long it will last? Rob them of their dignity, but you wouldn't condemn your government for that by what the PNM do. At least under the PNM, they didn't have to do that. You all should be ashamed of yourselves. Shame on all of you. Shucks. The PNM this and the PNM that. The PNM is miles ahead. You all could say whatever it is you want. All of the things that the UNC could now come and boast about is the PNM set that in train. Thanks to the PNM started the process. And it should have been rightly completed under the People's National Movement. But they want to come now and boast the PNM, and the PNM didn't do, and the PNM didn't do. Rubbish. What has Philip Watts done in the year that he has been Minister of Sport? What has he done for the young people? You throw a little football competition now and again, even in his own constituency. Imagine the PNM, who is out of power. Right now, we have a tournament about to start in his constituency. And he is the minister, have access to resources, and he's doing that, the PNM. Well, the majority of the people that you all didn't like, they're not there anymore. They're not there. Keith Rowley gone. Hines gone. All you all had issues with. The majority of them gone. Same cannot be said for the UNC. Shucks. But we know when the money started to run, thanks to what the PNM did, they could look forward again to baby grant, $500 a month to make child, and color me orange. Yeah, $69 a day. Well, they might get them $100 a day this time to paint these buildings. You can't come here and tell me anything that the UNC has offered these people. So the PNM abandoned them. And where they going? Because their PNM constituency is nothing for them. And that's okay. And you supporting that? You UNC supporters supporting that? You all cry about this geographic discrimination for 10 years. And now you're in office and endorsing the same nonsense that you accuse the PNM of. But cannot tell me one thing that this UNC government has done in 13 months for the same people. Because at the end of the day, the government is the government of Trinidad and Tobago, not the government of PNM or UNC. So whether or not the people voted for them or as PNM constituencies, they have an obligation to these people. What have they done? You took away their jobs. What have you given them? You didn't even say, let's get them a food card. Every now and then, a holiday come along, you all give the MPs 100 food card. And you make a big grand announcement about it. And then by evening, the office is inundated with phone calls. Some people call, I hear all again getting food cards. I could put out my name for one. I could put out my name for one. 100 food cards, but you have about 500 people coming requesting. What are we supposed to do with that? But what the PNM didn't do and the PNM didn't do. If there's one thing this UNC government is teaching us, how not to operate when we get back in office. I can tell you, right? As I am now, I do have, when people come to see me, I don't care if you're PNM, you're UNC, or whatever it is. Whatever resources my office has, whether it comes from the state or whether it comes from the generous donations of some of my listeners, right? I will give it to everybody. I don't discriminate because I wasn't elected to discriminate, right? And I hate to see when people struggling and suffering, even if you're UNC. I hate it. Anyway. David McIntyre saying once they take contracts where in the UNC they could get a kickback, grease hand or a bid rigging they're interested in. Exactly, that's what they're good at. That's all they're good at. Landmark TT on steroids. But don't worry, more to come. More to come. Let's see how many other missions. We're still waiting to find out what was the procurement process for that. Right? For that 13 million that they're going to spend in New York, that at least $2 million that they're going to spend. Well, they wanted to kill Paula Gopi's school. They spent 27,000 US to buy some hand scanners and it never come. 27,000 US. You can't get 200 US in the bank, but they give away 27,000 US. But you went and spend 2 million US so that Neil Passan could live in the lap of luxury for the next 4 years. And all you who defending them, some of you all don't even know where the next meal coming from. Worshipping these people like if they are gods, deities, and they won't even fart on you. Right? You will see them walking out of the car. Hey, minister, all right. They won't even cross the road to come and talk to you. Right? They jump in the car and they go on, vroom. All you get is the exhaust from the muffler. When they stop me, I will cross the road and talk to the people. I ain't not in government. I don't know Mama Guy thing with me. Shucks. Marlon Carter is saying people struggling, the UNC government does not see it. I don't understand. Because I am saying all of us are MPs, and I am certain the same way people come to me every week with issues. They can't afford to pay the bills, they can't buy food. I am certain they go into these ministers too. And I will leave with this, right? And I recall when a couple months ago, a UNC MP, I think I mentioned this just to you all before, telling me I'm one of the new MPs, you know, in a strong UNC constituency, that the people in the constituency, they're unreasonable because they figure because the UNC in power, all the roads in the constituency are supposed to be paved and they're supposed to be getting, the water supposed to be at the best. But that's what you all promised the people. How you could now come and tell the people they're unreasonable? They expect you all in office because they were seeing the PNM doing it in some of your constituencies when they were in office. It wasn't perfect and it will never be perfect because the fact of the matter is unless we get all of Loran, the whole 7.3 trillion cubic feet, not 1.7, and we could probably get Dragon and maybe one or two other the big gas fields that we've not yet heard about that exist in that Mariscal Sucre area, where we get level money and we go back to the methodology that the PNM was negotiating of production sharing and profit sharing, not just getting a percentage of energy revenues that is earned from Atlantic LNG, and we have that kind of money, right? Then they could do all of these things. But when it is that you have 85% of the budget every year going to wages and salaries, transfers and subsidies, right? There is not much left over for development. There is not much left over to do things like paving roads and all of these different things. But you all didn't want to understand that under the PNM, but you're willing to accept it under the UNC. But fact is fact. Fact is fact. That is just what it is, right? So I draw to your attention again, when the budget is $60 billion and almost $2 billion is just going to the TTPS for the purpose of paying salaries. 2 billion out of 60 is just for the TTPS alone to pay salaries. See where I'm going with this? When a budget, all you keep asking, the PNM spent 600 billion in 10 years and where the money went? Why you don't ask the UNC in 3 months' time, ask them 60 billion plus, where the money went? What did they build? But 60 billion will be gone. What they build? They built some houses building in Alambi, but they say it's not taxpayers' money, so they can't come and tell you, well, we build a house. How many HEC houses they built in the last 13 months? How many billions they spent? Over 60 billion in the last 13 months. Where the money gone? Where it's spent on? They build a hospital? They build a school? They build a police station? Nothing. They could point to no buildings that they have built in the last 13 months, 14 months, but 60 billion almost gone. Or 60 billion, more than 60 billion gone, because what they spent between May and September last year and what they've spent for the first 9 months of this fiscal, right, is over $60 billion they have spent in the last 13 months. What they have to show for it? What they have to show for it? Tell me. They now come in this media review here to ask for money to pay public servants, increase salaries and so on. But what else they have to show for it? Nothing. But all you're asking, but the PNM spent $60 billion in 10 years. No, 600 billion. What did they do with that? Where the money went? Plenty of that went into about 12 on an annual basis. Probably close to $12 billion is spent paying interest on loans, right? Left over from the People's Partnership and what the former administration had to borrow when in times when we didn't have money, when oil prices was low, right? And they had to borrow money to ensure that the country was running. And interest has to be paid on these loans. Not principal, no, interest. Well, combination of principal and interest, but mostly interest. You all wouldn't take the time to sit down and say, let me go and find out. Let me go through the Auditor General's report. It's available on online. Just go through it. You want to know how the money spent, it right there. Every detail, and you will see for yourself. But are waiting. When the Auditor General report comes out next year in April, right? There's no PNM involvement in that. So when you see all the bubble taking place in ministries and the Auditor General says that we couldn't find documents to substantiate this and couldn't find documents and couldn't find leases, well, they can't say nothing about no PNM because PNM had no hand in that. It's a full year under the UNC. In fact, we've had a full year under them, right? So it will be their stewardship. So they can't say, well, we inherited this and the PNM. No, it's you all. But I bet you, at this time next year, well, it wouldn't be saying, oh, 120 billion gone, where gone? You all ain't asking that. It's PNM, and the, according to Philip Alexander, the new term is the children of Africa. His latest rant about how the children of Africa, that all the other races in this country, they know how to manage their money and how to invest their money in business and invest their money in different investment instruments. But the children of Africa, all we do is spend our money on brands and the fast food and all of the different fast food outlets and stuff. That's what we do. Yeah. We are not as industrious as the other ethnicities. Everything is going to the children of Africa and the children, and you have clowns who are themselves the children of Africa who endorsing that nonsense. We have so many black business owners in this country who don't flaunt their wealth. They don't do like the other ethnicities to flaunt their wealth. They don't. You pass in a building and telling yourself, yeah, the 1% own that, or an East Indian owns that, or a Chinese own that, and you don't even know that is a black man, an African own that, because he doesn't feel he need to trumpet it. The biggest elevator and lift company in this country is owned by a black man, or 3 black men, as a matter of fact. Right? I know that for a fact. That's one of my clients. Plenty of you don't know that. Well, you will see this sign and oh, and don't know. 3 humble black men own it. I keep telling you all the Red House Restoration Project, the largest contract, $66 million for electrical, went to a company owned by a black man. The single largest contract on that project went to a company owned by a black man. $66 million. So, oh, black people did this and they can't do that and nonsense. But this clown who talking that, if you see him, every time, always by the parliament, you don't have a job? You have an office in your ministry, do your work. The Senate not in sitting, but you by the parliament like a vagrant. Eh? Waddling like a penguin with your big belly, looking like you're in your 3rd trimester. And coming to talk stupidness. Every time I see this man in the members' lounge, you just want to throw up. Gravol and Imodium can't help you. He's so disgusting and sickening to look at. And he comes, his face looks like, you know, it's like there's a permanent anger on his face. What are you doing there? The Senate not sitting. Go and spend your money to buy food. Study to pay him, but his money that you owe him from the lawsuit, you lose. Pay the man his money. No, but instead you want to come and talk nonsense about the children of Africa and the children of Africa and all the African community in this country good to do is to be laborers and consumers. Laborers and consumers. Right? But when emancipation come around, where do you think he going to look for an African outfit? Where you going? You going by the 1%? Sabgan them selling dashiki? They selling kaftans? Eh? No. You're going up in Emancipation Village. But black people can't manage business. But that's the same place where they give you for free. They say, hey, look, Philip, boy, look, Master Rich. Let him pick whatever he wants there. Then that's how it works. Idiot. Yes, cans of hope. Shame on them. That was right. Was the time? Look, let me go. But just one more thing. You see Rudal Munilal, that disrespectful twat, had the audacity in the parliament last week, and it's not the first time he has done it, when he referenced the candlelight vigil that we had in Ikwezi a couple of weeks ago, and talking about how the PNM, the vigil bus, and we bring 10 vagrants in white, wrapped in white, in the vigil. This is the second time this man has referred to PNM supporters as vagrants, when he was in the opposition on a platform, talking about when they come into office that they would seize Balize House and turn it into a home for vagrants, but then it has always been a place for vagrants. Always referring to PNM supporters as vagrants. But you know, some of you all had to take the blame for that, because he is now in a position to be able to tell you those things, because you didn't do what you were supposed to do. That's why he could whine on us now and say that kind of thing. Right? Disrespectful. But PNM supporters are vagrants. I tell you. Sickening, man. And they laugh at that when he say that. Yeah, Saddam next day. Yeah, that funny. That funny, right? But if we were to call their supporters vagrants, they have an issue. Well, that's why we will call them fully dunce. It's fully vex as all their business. Because if you could support Munilal in that nonsense referring to PNM supporters as vagrants, yeah, they come out to support a cause, but you label them as vagrants. But when UNC supporters used to come and line up in front of the parliament and don't know what the hell is being debated, no, yeah, that's support. Look, let me go my way. Go and prepare for my parliamentary caucus. Omari Hines is saying, Munilal, damn right, NUNC people is Lagoon people. Well, okay, well, if you're from the Lagoon, if you claim in the Lagoon, Omari, that's on you. Okay. Because certainly what comes out of your mouth belongs in the Lagoon. I've never seen you. I don't know what you look like. But, yeah. Yeah. Sadika O'Brien said, Sadika, why not me? I call it them Jamaican. Oh, Lord, Sadika. Sadera, sorry. Sadera said, they are Lagoon people. When it rains heavily, everyone has to look for a boat to move around. Yeah, still waiting for Mari to tell us what the UNC has done in South, other than Alambi, where they're building houses for the rich, right? But you probably would not be able to purchase a house. Okay, because you need at least $2.2 million to buy a house inside there. So all you might be able to do is to pass through. I don't know, maybe you're a laborer and you might be lucky to get an end to build a house or two. And they bless you up, so you get a little 6 months. And you think, yeah, all praises be. You're grateful for small mercies. But that's probably as close as you will come to those houses. What are they doing fair? Otherwise, in San Fernando. Tell us now, what major project taking place in San Fernando other than that? Anything? Anything, Omari? The waterfront will be built. Don't worry about us. So I not worry about all so. Me worry about all for what? That's what you all vote for. So if you get nothing, which you will not get, right? Because other than the one visit that they paid to the waterfront, but you see, while you say the waterfront will be built. Not, he can't say the waterfront is being built, you know. Under the PNM, he can say the waterfront is being built. Under the UNC, he has to say it will be built. When? No idea, no clue. But what he knows is nothing happening there now, other than dust. It's just a dust bowl. And all he can do is just go around there and drive and see what the PNM started. But the UNC have no time for that. Unless they get someone of the big financiers who want the land and they will give it to them at peppercorn rates as they're doing with Landmark TT. Yeah, you might get something there. But again, that's not for you. Yeah, just remember, is being built versus will be built. Fundamental difference. Oh my gosh. We'll pray for Leo Mary. Don't worry. Because you only need prayers. The man can't come and tell us nothing the UNC do for them, no? Nothing. How much time I give you? You can't get nothing by your marry? That is embarrassment. That's shameful. Yeah, well, do some research, and next week, Sunday, God's willing, come back and tell us, what did you find? We already know you're not going to find anything. Okay? Maybe you can tell us how many potholes they patch. Because we know they're not paving no road. Patching pothole. So you can probably tell us that. What else it have for them to do? Nothing else happening really. So you could live in hope. What all that do for you? Until they give him San Fernando West, what you do for you? All you see him? Oh boy. PF Cutters is saying Skinner Park was fully renovated by a black contractor. Thank you so much, PF Cutters. Yeah, they figure everybody's and every. They don't know. $125 million at least on the Red House went to 5 black-owned companies. 125 million. Right? That's more than a quarter of the cost of the project. And I'm sure there were others. I was just able to confirm 5 companies were African-owned, and they got a combined total of $125 million. Of the other, I'm sure probably have about maybe 3, 4, 5 other companies that probably black-owned as well that got more money too. Same thing, President's House. The same thing around the Savannah, the Magnificent 5 of the Magnificent 7 or so that was, or 4, 5, yeah. Again, but them don't know that. They don't know that. Because you see, these people don't need to trumpet it. But when the UNC do, you're hearing the same names. Ramhit, Namalco, Calco, Disco, Datco. Names that you didn't hear. Now, I saw something circulating. I don't know if it's true, if it's bona fide, an alleged contract given to Danny's Enterprises. You know, allow me hear that name? I remember between 2010 to 2015, I was hearing that name. The Danny's was doing work on the Umera, on the highway right here by Umera Road, just outside Food Basket. The equipment was parked up there for months. You know how much time they pave and repave that same stretch of road in a matter of months? All of a sudden, we hear that name jump out again. Let me see. What will come to pass? Why we rocks? Let me just take Brian here and then I go. Brian.
Nothing happening in San Fernando. Nothing happening in South. And I challenge those who telling you thing happening.
Yeah.
I want them to really call you next week. Because they can't call you today.
Nah.
That's to go and look.
Yeah.
That's to go and search. Nothing. Nothing. Nada. Zero. Kaput. Happening in South. I too challenge them to go and tell you, tell the listeners something happening in South. Don't talk about the waterfront. You're still seeing the sea. You're supposed to be seeing the sea.
Correct.
You're still seeing the sea. Nothing has changed. They move a brick. They move a piece of mortar. Only one man park up his party boat there, and that is it. And that's what they're complaining about. Outside of that, nothing happening. You could still see the cemetery. Nothing is happening. So all what they want to say going to happen, ask them when, which year. Nada, nothing. Have a good day.
Let me see. I see one here by the name of Alicia Kilawan asking what PNM built. You're asking what UNC do. I'm going to tell you. The PNM built 5 hospitals, madam. If you had listened to the parliament this week, you would hear the confirmation where the minister would have announced the loans that were taken to build the 5 hospitals and when the loans were taken out. We specifically asked. The Arima Hospital, PNM built that. The Grandi Hospital, PNM built that. The Point 14 Hospital, PNM built that. The Central Block in Port of Spain, PNM built that, and the Roxborough Hospital in Tobago, PNM built that in 10 years. You all were in office for 5 years and built one hospital, the Couva Children's Hospital, and kill all your dead. That was the crowning joy. You want to know what else the PNM built? The PNM built a whole airport in Tobago, a new airport terminal. What the UNC built? You want me to come and tell you again what the PNM built? You really want us to go down that road? Look, when you all don't know nothing, just keep quiet from a place. But what the PNM built and what the PNM built and what the UNC. You tell us, we know what the PNM built. You all chose not to know. Right? Bunch of jokers. Me don't listen up my blood pressure. All of you all who just jumping on it and don't have a clue what the PNM built. The PNM built swimming pool, Mova, Lavantel, Maloney, Malabar Mausika, my constituency. They built a whole library in La Hoqueta. Or let's say what they built a library for. People don't go in the library again. When you could just go on your phone and pull up books, as if the only thing you could do in a library is read a book. Well, the PNM built a modern library that is not just about books. They put a whole amphitheater. So if it is that you want to hold conferences and stuff inside there, you could do that. You want to know what else the PNM did? Go down to Shagaramas and look at what the convention center. You will see a whole youth apprenticeship center there that the PNM had under renovation and establishment. Go down there and you will see that, madam, if you want to know what the PNM did. Jokers. Axomari, look, you know, talking there about the PNM built an agro-processing plant in Moruga, and it wasn't useful. Okay, the UNC in office 13 months now. What did you do with it? What did you do with it? Tell me now. PNM built it, right? What is he saying there? That why the PNM didn't build swimming pools build more libraries and swimming pools in Central and South. You was getting a whole waterfront in South, my man. You got housing in Central and South, my friend. Okay? Why the UNC didn't build it? Why they didn't build it? All you have a swimming pool in Sapare that's in a mess. Come on, let me talk about that. The UNC there, the PNM was able to build those pools in a year. Come on. How many you all built? It's a bunch of jokers, yes? Ms. Kilawan still want to know what the PNM built? I don't know where you're from, but come to Port of Spain, drive around the savannah, and you will see there's the head office for the Ministry of Health, that big, beautiful white building. That was there. You want to know what else? Go around the savannah again. You'll see where the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is now. That under the People's Partnership, that used to be the Ministry of Agriculture, right? The building used to look deplorable. Paint peeling all outside, looked horrible. The PNM came in office, so you know what they did? Guess what? They renovated it. Now that's one of the most beautiful buildings around that side. Let me tell you what else they did. When your government came into office in 2010, when a portion of the president's residence collapsed, Jack Warner promised the then president, George Maxwell Richards, don't worry, before you demit office, we will renovate that building for you and you will move back in. They leave office. All they put up was a big old canopy they probably spent millions of dollars on and just left it there. It took the PNM to come in and they did it. What the UNC promised George Maxwell Richards and didn't do, Keith Rowley and the PNM did it. Today, the president's house is fully restored. Fully restored. I know what it cost? 89 million. The UNC said it was going to cost 169 million. You want to ask me what the PNM built? I'll give you some. You tell me what the UNC built now. Since you know, tell me. Nothing wrong with Soles. It is he saying he'd rather live there than in the Labas. But there are people who, but first of all, nobody living in the Labas. Okay, the Labas is a landfill. I am sure it have people living on the beach who live plenty better than you. Driving car that you can't drive, right? And working in places that you can't. and earning probably more money than you, but you looking at their humble home and figure, oh, they're suffering. They're jokey, yes. Are you telling me to calm down? But no, they're trying to set up my blood pressure by talking rubbish. Come here with some sense to debate me now. Don't come and show us that stupidness and you can't defend your party 13, almost 14 months in office and you can't defend them. You need to everything you're talking about your government is what they will do. Coming soon. It's like Blockbuster. The waterfront coming soon. This coming soon. That coming soon. Right. We wait. Just like they promised you all that they would make it, they bring legislation to make it easier for you all to own firearms. When that coming? Coming soon to end? Yeah. They promised you they would remove the 7% online tax. When that coming? Coming soon? Okay. In the meantime, you still have to continue to pay it. In the meantime, you're still at the mercy of the home invaders. Home invasions are up. They give you all stand your ground and they say, yes, that will bring down home invasions. Well, it's gone up. And, yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh God. Something wrong with the list. Folks, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. All right. We have to go to attend my online parliamentary caucus because we have to prepare for tomorrow's parliamentary session. I think Friday is a holiday, so maybe we'll chat again on Friday instead of Sunday. Yeah, so once I don't get invitations to anything because people like to send me last minute invitations, I don't mind because it always gives me the opportunity to meet constituents who I didn't get to meet while I was campaigning. Yeah, so if I don't have any events planned or carded, then we will chat on Friday. If not, well then next Sunday, God's willing. Yeah. My health, I'm in very good health, Omari. Yeah, you don't be concerned about my health. Study that you still can't get medication in the hospital. Study that people still go into the hospital after almost 14 months under the UNC and still can't get a bed. Still sitting on wheelchairs in the corridor for hours upon hours. People still dying on gurneys in the corridor under the UNC that was supposed to fix these problems. We will fix it. We will fix it. When UNC wins, everybody wins. Yellow is the code. And what they fix? Other than their own pockets, nothing else. You must come up with Spain tomorrow, Mary. Take a drive up Abercrombie Street. And I want you to look on both sides of the road and look at the type of vehicles. Look how many PEKs and PEL you will see. All right? So you want to know what your government fix? That's what they fix. Right? All who couldn't afford a note or an aqua just over a year ago, today, they're driving the most high-end of SUVs. So that's what they fix. Lovely one is saying no eye drops for glaucoma patients. Yep. Let me see. See what they say. Yeah, he can't even come and tell me that they fix all those things. People still experiencing the same problems more than a year later. How much time will they need to fix it? We still don't have an anti-crime plan. They say it's not a crime plan, it's an anti-crime plan. And the only anti-crime plan they have right now is SOE. And how it working? We try to suppress the crime figures by using preventative detention orders and we lock up the usual suspects. We suspect they commit a crime, but we don't have no evidence to lock them up for these crimes. So you know what we do? We just pull up a PDO and we hold them for the duration of the SOE. So if they're inside, they can't commit crimes. And we keep running SOEs as close to the end of the year as possible and keep these guys locked up because we know if they're outside, crime will take place. But we can't lock them up otherwise, so we will keep the SOE in place because once it's in place, we could just go and pick them up without excuse and say that they are a nuisance and we believe that they will pose a threat and lock them up and call our judge. And then closer to the end of the year, we will bring the SOE to an end and by then they just have a month or two left in the year, so they can't commit so many murders in 2 months to bring it to 600. So if by the end of the year, this October, November, we are about 350, you know, If in the balance of the year they commit another 50 or something, so 400. But once it's under 624, we good, right? Because we can see that the PNM had the highest murder rate. So the goal is not to eliminate it as far as possible. No, it's just to keep it under 624 so that we could say that the PNM had the highest murder rate in the country's history, and we wouldn't talk about the contribution that we made, UNC that is, to frustrate the legislative agenda of the PNM to bring those murders down. Folks, we'll chat again soon. All right? Take care.